The following program is for adult audiences only.
When you're tired and worn, and you feel like you can't go on, I'll be there to put one foot in front of the other. When you've lost your way, oh, the first time your heart breaks, I'll pick up the pieces and put them back together. I'll be there for you. Every fall and every rise, every wrong and every right. I'll be there for you. When your heart finds a home, when you find what you've been searching for, I'll be by your side and walk you down into your forever. I'll be there for you. Every fall and every rise, every wrong and every right. I'll be there for you. When the time finally comes, I hope you're proud of everything we've done, and you can help me put one foot in front of the other. I'll be there for you. Every fall and every rise, every wrong and every right. I'll be there for you. Yeah, I'll be there for you. Waking up in the flower bed, the sun is up, table set, we eat and drink. Body and bread, blood and wine, there's a time to live, time to die, and a time to be. slow down and listen for a heartbeat with everything in motion. Say a word, hold a hand. Life is not the sum of what we plan, but the in-between. This miracle of human life and the body and time that we occupy, it is all together sacred. Slow down and listen for a heartbeat with everything in motion. Oh, here now, see the beauty that is woven in every single moment.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny, the Vaping Heed. Say hello, Kenny. See if we can hear you today. I thought so. We lost his audio feed. He's been scrambling to try and figure out what's going on. How come this thing's not working today? So while he's trying to figure that out, I'll say hello and welcome to all of you. Craig D, hello and welcome. Sean Lynch, Billy Lee Rice, Pam Spraggins, and we got a new one here, Jake Scrapwood. Hello and welcome to the stream. So wonderful to have all of you guys here today. I've got such a wonderful show scheduled for you. We have in front of us, what we didn't do last week, we have ourselves the Ultroner. Let me get this right. The Ultroner Luna Squonk Mod in a red mosaic. beautiful stabwood mod, and I took a little trip to Ohio. I told you guys last week I was going to head to camp, but we got some bad news from camp. Their gentrification of camp has commenced, starting at the end of the season. We knew. The owners of the campground sold it last year. We had new owners this year. They're from California. They've been wonderful, but they've been, well, kind of quiet about what their plans are. You know, we had breakfast pancakes, you know, everybody from camp would work together to, you know, serve pancakes and breakfast for everybody on Sunday mornings. Well, they decided they're going to turn that into a, you know, a nice little coffee Wi-Fi lounge to hang out so you can get away from your kids in the camper. And I'm like, okay, well, if that's what you want to do, okay. Do away with this, do with that. You know, change is inevitable. Kind of have to deal with it. But they're not ending it there. Our lot rent for the year for a seasonal camper was $1,400 plus electricity. Okay? The new lot rent is $3,000. And instead of having 50 to 70 lots available for seasonal campers, they're cutting it back to 18. The rest of them are going to be for travel trailers that come and stay for the weekend and then leave. Thank you very much. Kenny, is your microphone working? Don't hear you. It's your Road Connect software it's connected to. Don't know quite what's happening over there on his end. Anyway, that's our retro vape for today. I've got some vape news, science, and advocacy that we're going to cover. Kenny's going to keep working on trying to figure out his microphone. I was listening to him a minute ago. Everything was working. And then we started playing around in OBS so that, you know, he could do screen shares and stuff like that. And he can use his sound effects. And then something happened. I don't know what it was. Might be on his end. Might be on my end. I'm going to reload the page just to make sure that it wasn't on my end because Explorer crashed. We're right in the introduction while the video was playing. There? You can see me? You can hear me? Can I hear you? Of course not. Why would it work? Why would it work? Anyway, we've got our adult beverage tasting. We've got some vape news, science, and advocacy to talk about. We've got some non-vape news and stuff I want to talk about because it once again goes to prove how the FDA is not looking out for us consumers in the country. They're only worried about the industry and taking care of their big pharma buddies, or in our case, big tobacco buddies. So we're going to cover that as far as that goes. And yesterday was 9/11, and 9/11 affects me personally quite deeply. So while Kenny's working on his microphone, I'm going to roll a little bumper here to pay a little homage and honor those that gave all on 9/11. So there's my little moment of silence for all of those that passed away, the 343 firefighters that gave their life on 9/11. And the toll does not end with those that passed away on 9/11. The toll continues to this day because the particulate matter from those buildings collapsing in New York have left generational effects on people and their health. When those buildings collapsed and all that concrete vaporized, all that stuff went into the air and the winds carried it away. But for a time, people breathed all that stuff in. And some of the ladies that have had children since then have had birth defects because of the asbestos and the concrete that was pulverized, and who knows what else was in those buildings that people were inhaling into their lungs. And because this is a vaping show, I'm not going to ignore the fact that we have this memorial holiday, right? They build this brand new tower to replace the two towers, the twin towers that came down. And since then, since 9/11, 2001, 10,560,000 people have died from cigarette combustion. And there's nowhere, anywhere in sight, any news, any activism, any outcry over the loss of our fellow human beings because of cigarette smoke. So, I'm going to wish, as always, peace, love, and a hunky vape. And toast to these.
Can you hear
Still
me?
can't hear Kenny.
No, you can't hear me at all. What?
Your microphone's still not working, buddy.
1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. What about that? Hello, 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 hello. It is saying there is an audio source. Everything is moving. Desktop microphone.
I really don't know what's going on today, but it is what it is. Kenny, keep working on it. Try and figure out what's going on with your microphone. It was working a minute ago.
1 2 1 2.
Did you do something in OBS? Turn it off? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. All right, try changing your settings. The show must go on. If we have audio difficulties with him, he'll figure it out eventually. But I think it's time for us to roll the news bumper and get in some news, science, and advocacy.
1 2. Hello.
All right, so jumping right into the news, science, and advocacy, Helen Hayes from the Labor Party has decided we don't want any of this teen vaping stuff here in this country. We got a problem to deal with, so we're going to address it in Parliament.
The important role of vaping in smoking cessation has led to a widespread perception that it is a harmless activity rather than a less harmful activity than smoking. It isn't harmless.
Who said that? I've never heard anybody say it's completely harmless.
Last year, 40 children were admitted to hospital for suspected vaping-related disorders. Young people using e-cigarettes are twice as likely to suffer from a chronic cough as non-users.
Where's the science to back this up? I haven't seen any of this, any science to back up what she's saying.
There are reports that nicotine dependency contributes to cognitive and attention deficit conditions and worsens mood disorders. Concerns about vaping are being widely raised by teachers and parents in a way that just wasn't the case a couple of years ago. Schools are installing heat sensors in addition to smoke detectors in school toilets, taking steps to stop children from constantly leaving the classroom to vape, and managing the impact of addiction to nicotine on the mood and concentration levels of their students. The sale of e-cigarettes to under 18s is already illegal, but the dramatic...
So if it's already illegal, how come you're not going to enforce that? How come the children aren't getting punished when they're doing something illegal?
increase in the numbers of young people vaping shows that the current legislation is completely ineffective.
Okay. Legislation is completely ineffective. What harms are these children going to get in the course of their lifetime? Can somebody answer that question for me? Show me some documentation to indicate that they're actually going to suffer harms by using these products. Show me that it's worse for them than going to Starbucks and grabbing a nice grande cinnamon, full fat flavor, sugar inlaced coffee beverage. Where's this science at? Oh, they don't have to do that. They don't have to give you that kind of proof. They could just make accusations and demand that we change our laws and kill more smokers. I believe 220 people die from cigarette combustion in the UK every day. But we're going to worry about the kids because, you know, that makes a lot of sense. So here we go. Ministers set to ban single-use vapes over fears of child addiction. In order for it to be actually an addiction, it has to cause harm. It has to be bad for you and cause damage. Where's the damage? Alcohol causes damage, but they're not crying the blues about alcohol. So, what's the deal? Ministers are reportedly poised to ban single-use vapes after a series of calls from councils, leading pediatricians, and public waste campaigners to make selling the disposable devices illegal on health and environmental grounds. Wait a minute. We just talked about this last week, about recycling programs that exist for disposable devices. Well, at least in the vape shops they do. Well, I don't know about the corner stores. But then again, corner stores have never been anything more than places where people can, I don't know, try and make a profit. And they'll sell you whatever you need. The whole purpose of a corner store, of a convenience store, is to offer you, the customer, convenience. But no. We're not going to follow up on logical things. We're going to ban them. Mm-hmm. Anyway.
1 2 1 2.
This
Hello.
is the latest news hitting all of UK right now.
Hello. Why is it not
They were
working?
all yellow.
Baked in advertising. Oh, by the way, I have to comment on it while we're here watching this advertisement that YouTube is no longer going to allow content creators to pick the advertisements that you get. They're just automatically going to roll whatever they think is the best for you. So if you guys are forced to watch advertising on, content that I upload that I've decided to monetize, well, I'm sorry. Take it out on YouTube. It's not me trying to be a greedy little bastard making, 0.002 cents subjecting you to commercials. It's actually YouTube that has decided that content creators don't know the best way to get revenue on the platform. They do. And now they're going to pick and roll mid-rolls and whatever else they feel like. If we turn it on, we get a choice. That's it. Have a nice day. Anyway.
One final thing, that'd be really just cheeky and ask you a final question. I know you're very tight for time, but the government's talking about banning disposable vapes next week. You've described yourself to Matt Ford recently. You say that your children call you the vape dragon, but because you can't give it up. Are you worried about the impact of disposable vapes on kids? Do you wish you'd never started vaping?
1 2 1 2 1 2.
Yes, I mean, I use vape to give up smoking, which is obviously smoking is terrible, but vaping is incredibly addictive and it is nicotine. So I don't want any child, luckily my teenagers think that are pushing me to give up the vape. So they're very much in the field where I want them to be and are much more better on this than I've been. I've failed to be able to give up vape yet, but I don't want our children being subjected to vaping. This government, we brought proposals forward to end these vapes that could flavour some vapes that are clearly targeted towards children and young people, and the government voted it down. They wouldn't accept it. So I'm hearing that they're going to try and do something around disposable vapes, but to be quite honest, their actions have been failing so far. We want to ensure that vapes are used to get people off smoking as a tool, because smoking is very harmful to people's health, but we also have to ensure that our children understand that vaping is not a way forward for them. I wish I could give up vaping. I'm going to do my utmost to make sure that I do.
I wish I can give up vaping. It's a choice. You can choose to go zero nicotine and then give up vaping altogether.
1 2 1 2.
They are leading the public to believe that this is an addiction worse than, psychoactive substances and God knows what else. Hey, the stream can hear you, but I can't. Okay.
Can you
That's
hear
progress.
I don't know.
Hey! There we go. I can hear you.
We're back. We're back in.
Fantastic.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know. I'm not even going to. I don't know.
I don't know either, Bane. My computer's been doing goofy stuff. I went and installed this new processor so that, we can actually watch videos on the live stream instead of watching it buffer. And it's been fantastic. My computer's never been so snappy the whole time I've ever had it. But there's just some weird stuff happening. It's just like mysteriously settings are different, and the file explorer crashed while we were starting the stream.
I'm not moving jack shit now. I'm working.
So what do you think of this crap over here? That's your country, mate.
I watched the Panorama, Teen Vaping, Where's the Harm? And that is a load of bullshit, because that is where that's come from. That was shit as well. I've actually got I've downloaded. I had to do it on BBC iPlayer, but I won't be able to stream it because I'll probably get friggin' BBC in it, so I can't show it as such. But the crap they were coming out with that was unbelievable. Now there's a teenager, she was vaping, going through 2 vape devices a day. That was 1,200 puffs a day. You're like, why are you doing that? You don't need to do that. Bullshit.
No, and the thing is, they can get the kids to easily cry the blues and, deflect the blame from themselves and say, I'm just addicted to it. I can't stop. You can stop.
See that? There was one guy on who was kind of shutting down all the arguments, like, because they had the guy from UK beer on, and she's showing this, like, gummy bears and all that. He went, adults like flavours. He says, I like Haribo Star Mix. What's the problem?
Yeah.
But there was a professor on See, they were doing tests, but I noticed throughout that program, not one of them, there was no contact with the Royal College of Physicians. So these are the people who are actually doing in-depth studies on vaping, right? There was nothing, right? They did this daft little lab that's an anti-vaping. They got these little cells, and what they had, a tank, right? And they would put these cells in, and they would expose them to vape, and they had this vape device, and they were firing it for 4 seconds, and they were saying that's the average vape. I says, not one of fucking them. It's not the average vape.
No way.
What, 2-3 seconds. So they were hitting it with 4 seconds and saying that well, there is a bit of damage. But then the bloke came on. He says, well, if you expose any kind of cell raw to that amount of anything, it's going to have an effect. So that experiment go out the window. He was really good, but they're going anti-vaping again in the UK again. It's all coming in. They're all shouting and bawling about it. Then they had the Prime Minister on. The Prime Minister said, I don't want my kids being tempted by this shit. So I thought, well, that's it. Game over if he's getting involved. So
it's the exact same playbook they used here in the United States, without any doubt.
We're going down the same road as yous, the way it's going, just because teenagers are fucking abusing it.
We just talked about it last week. France is banning disposables. So now UK is going to be banning disposables. They don't call them disposables. They call them single-use device.
Yeah, I don't think they'll ban it. I think because it's just too much. I think they'll tax it.
Well, just an excuse to increase the taxes even more.
Yeah. But
do that, and young people need to know that
it's all about
vaping.
Regulation. They're not regulating it.
Oh, it's regulated. They have the laws on the books. They're just not enforcing the regulations.
That's what I mean. Like the guy, this is the best one. The guy turned around, was a UK beer. This, you hit the nail on the head. They're not enforced, right? The caught a shop selling a vape device to an underage or a minor, 14-year-old person. I think it was that bought one. Guess how much that fine was? This is exactly what you were talking about. Guess how much they got fined?
£26.
Yes, 26 quid. He did. I'm not fucking shitting you. They fined him £26. So where's the deterrent?
There is no deterrent. They basically gave up the money that they charged for that disposable when they sold it. That's it. That's the fine.
26 quid. Well, now I was like, eh?
So if you were a corner shop owner and let's say, you repaired computers, guess what you could be selling? Vapes. And what's the worst that's going to happen to you if you get caught selling it to a kid? Well, you give up the $20 you made on the vape.
Honestly, it was unbelievable. I don't know. I'm not going to fuck about with it. I might try and show you it after the show. I'm not going to fuck about with it when I'm live. It was phenomenal. I was sitting there like, really?
They never got on top of teen smokers, so why is teen vaping any different? I mean, apart from the cigarettes being deadly.
That was my argument. You've got teen smokers, you've got teen drinkers, you've got teen drug users, you've got teen fucking underage sex, for fuck's sake. But what's said? Nothing. No money to be made.
Stanton needs to get moved over.
And then the ironic thing is, he's saying he wants the UK to go and smoke free by blah, blah, blah. And he's going to start pissing on with the vape devices, the most successful way on the planet of giving up smoking. Come on, man.
All they're going to do is slow down the smoking cessation rate.
Is not a way forward, and they should not get addicted to it because it is incredibly addictive and costly as well.
It's incredibly addictive and costly as well. 3DFX says, I can answer that for the United States. It's the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement. Well, that's true, but we're talking about the United Kingdom here.
The thing is,
freaking England is not going to ban the single-use devices.
There was another teenager as well. He says, he gave it up. He started to get into boxing. He says he was getting breathless and all that. But that's all right, mate. You're an ex-smoker, you prick. You know what I mean?
And you guys are not immune to this whole scenario. You need to ask them, what are you vaping? Okay? Yeah. Is it nicotine vaping or is it cannabis vaping?
There was a guy, there was a lad, he got given a vape of a friend, and there was spice in it. You know, that cannabis-like drug, spice, what they call it over here. He had that in a vape.
Fake cannabis.
Yeah, spice, they call it. It's a drug similar to cannabis, but it's not cannabis. It's just similar. It just puts you into a coma type of thing.
That's it. No big deal. Just puts you into a coma.
But they'll put pretty much vape in that as well. You're like, well, what the fuck? Oh, honestly. The common sense has gone out of the window, mate, again.
Jake Scrapwood says, only costly when you start making your own mods. And that's quite true. If you get into the hobby aspect of vaping, it can be very expensive. But, you know, just as a consumer, switching from cigarettes to these things, the cost is the same or less. I mean, nobody questioned how much money we spent on tobacco, on cigarette smoking. This whole freaking studio was paid with money I would have spent on tobacco cigarettes. But I no longer smoke, so therefore, that budgetary income is now being reallocated to my vaping habit. And I choose to continue vaping. I don't need to. I'm coming on 4 years smoke-free now. And I've already been down to 0 milligram. But I find that the beneficial effects of consuming nicotine far outweigh any damage that it may cause on its own. Because we know the PG doesn't cause you health injuries. The VG doesn't cause you health injuries. I mean, unless you're allergic to them. Okay? But that's a minuscule population. It's kind of like the minuscule population that has celiac disease and actually needs a gluten-free diet. But see, we've got hundreds of thousands of people think that they have a gluten insensitivity, so they put themselves on this diet and they say that, you know, they need to be gluten-free, but they really don't. There's no physiological reason for them to do it.
Yeah. I'm just getting a bit angry that it's now popped up, because obviously all our TPD shit hasn't been addressed yet since we've called out of Brexit. So this here is going to put immense damage on that when they do get around to doing it. It's as simple as that.
Listen, mate, I warned you. I told you this was coming. You can't sit on your laurels and just, you know, idly let this crap, you know, commence forward. You got to speak up, and you got to get these kids that are breaking the law punished for their actions. They chose to vape. So now if it's a problem, well, then you need to punish them like we got punished when we were kids growing up.
No, don't.
You know, it's a joke, because back when we were growing up, you know, there were kids that were going out and smoking with the teachers, right? But if they got caught smoking in the boys' room, like Motley Crue's song, well, you got suspension for that. You got in-school suspension for that.
Yeah.
You got detention for doing things that you're not supposed to do. How can you create a law and not have any enforcement action whatsoever, and then expect there not to be problems because you chose not to enforce the law? People are making laws just to make themselves feel good and look good so they can get reelected, but it's not actually fixing anything or changing the situation. If anything, it's making the situation worse.
If they're not enforcing them, well, what's the point in having them?
Exactly.
I think theoretically, if any of these shops get caught selling to underage people, they should be shut down like that. Just shut them down. Simple as that, and then let somebody else take it.
You shut them down, number one. Number two, you fine them $10,000 the first time. And then after they're shut down for, let's say, 30 days the first time, then they can reopen, and there's going to be random inspections done on that shop to see if they're going to sell to underage people like they do with cigarettes here in the States. And if it happens again, you're shut down for 6 months and have to pay, I don't know, $20,000 fine or £20,000 fine.
A lot of our corner shops, like your premiers or your premiums, they're all like a franchise. So I would just remove them people from that shop, just ban them, shut the shop down, get rid of them. Don't let them ever have a franchise again. Let somebody else who comes in who's going to run it, because they're all franchises. You see, there's all people coming in and running them. I'll just say, right, we've got a shop over here on the corner. It's constantly getting shut down because they're selling dodgy cigarettes, under-the-counter cigarettes. They're getting caught all the time and shutting it down. And then while the shop's shut, you can see them, they're sitting outside in a car, still fucking selling cigarettes. You're like, what?
That's because when a consumer wants something, if the financial reward is there's somebody going to show up to sell it, to satisfy the consumer demand. So the idealistic way to deal with it is the way that you guys have been dealing with it. Offer them a better, more enjoyable solution that doesn't cause the health effects. But no, we need to be up in arms about what teenagers are doing illegally. And if people die because we want to worry about the kids instead of worrying about the adults, well, then nobody's going to talk about it. So who cares? Except for idiots like you and me. Spending 4 or 5 hours every single week talking about this stuff.
No, but if you've got teenagers abusing something, you're going to ban it. I mean, like you say, alcohol, abuse alcohol, does that get banned? No. Cigarettes, the smoke of cigarettes, does that get banned? No. Then all of a sudden, vaping, right, ban it. Why?
William Dawson brings up synthetic nicotine and some dodgy vape sold over here can cause a problem. Yeah. Okay, I agree with you.
The black market, though?
But listen, I agree with you on the fact that there's always going to be a black market. Even in China, there's going to be manufacturers that, for whatever reason, have been blackballed by the Tobacco Monopoly Administration. But let me tell you, the way the laws are in China now, this past year, the Tobacco Monopoly Administration took over all the vape industry over there. You have to have a license to sell these products. Matter of fact, the new things that I got into to review have a tobacco license manufacturer's number right on the back of the package. Every single legitimate product from China has that tobacco license number on it. If it doesn't, it's a dodgy product made in the black market, and there's no guarantees of any safety whatsoever. But just because, you get a device like this that's actually manufactured for legitimate purposes and it ends up in a country where it's not supposed to be, it's still a safe product to use. The only difference is your laws prohibit it being in that country.
Exactly.
The black market isn't as simple as, they're just some dodgy product made in some garage somewhere. The black market also consists of legitimate products that are made and are being sold in a country illegally only because of the laws of that country and the restrictions of that country. Yeah. That's just like the vapes that are sold in the United States don't have to meet child-resistant certification. So if you took a product that was meant to be sold in the United States and sold it in Canada, that's a black market product because it didn't meet Canada's child safety requirements. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a dodgy product.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, I suppose a lot of the products, when they call them black market, are the ones that are over the legal rate. The more than 2 ml and the like 6,000 puffs and all that. There's a lot of that still comes in, which are probably perfectly legitimate to buy in other countries, but not in this country. So that they're trying to get. But
personally, I think that it's a great thing that those products are being sold in the UK, because guess what? If you were limited to 600 puffs, that 6,000 puff device just replaced 10 of the other disposables. And if you're worrying about the environmental cost of these products, then why are you not increasing the capacity of these devices? So instead of lasting you a day and having to go through, 7 to 10 of these a week, maybe you can get one that would last you a whole week and you'd only have to buy 52 a year instead of buying 365 of them a year.
I can see it's not so much the amount of puffs. It's obviously for something that's 6,000 puffs, you're passing the 2 mil TPD liquid through. That's what it is, because they've got more than 2 mil.
That was an arbitrary number they just happened to come up with and throw out in there, and everybody agreed to it.
Oh,
there's no science backing that that's the best thing to do. And that was also based falsely on what the lethal dose of nicotine is.
Yeah.
People thought that if you had 50 milligrams of nicotine, it would kill you if you ate it.
But at the end of the day, you're not going to get 6,000 puffs out of 2 ml of liquid. It's gone up to 600.
The only person that would get killed by 50 milligrams of nicotine is an infant. And who the hell's feeding an infant 50 milligrams of nicotine?
Yes.
It's based on the milligrams per kilogram of your weight, of your body, of your human being. And then that has to be absorbed into your bloodstream, and it has to reach a certain level. No human being is going to consume that much of it.
Nah.
All right, moving on.
Well, there you go. William Dobson's just stated there. 10.5 million disposables confiscated, yet there's only an estimated 3 million vapors. How true.
Oh, Twitch has a promotional follower.
That's
I was getting excited. I was getting excited. I was gonna like, oh man, we actually have somebody watching us on Twitch. This is momentous. Let me pop their message up there, and I'm like, if you want a promotion of your channel, viewers and followers and chatbots, the price is lower than any of our competitors.
Block them.
Kiss off.
Spammer. Block them. Spammer. Get the block. Has any years got a spanner out there? Block him. He's just fucking spamming you.
Yeah, well, there's nobody over there watching it. Nobody else saw it because I didn't have the overlay on anyway. All right, so last week, Paul was here and was talking about Linsey Stroud, about how she's a wonderful advocate for us out here. So I figured let's jump over and take a look at Brent Stafford's Regulator Watch and see her interview, at least in part, from the Global Forum on Nicotine in Warsaw, Poland.
Hi, I'm Brent Stafford, and welcome to another edition of RegWatch on GFN.TV here in Warsaw, Poland, for the Global Forum on Nicotine, GFN 22, and with a favorite guest of ours, Linsey Stroud. How's it going?
Oh, it's going. I made it here, and my bags came. Unfortunately, other people didn't get that, but we're good.
Good. That is great. So you're with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance and a host of other places.
Yes. I'm director of the Consumer Center at TPA, Taxpayers Protection Alliance. It's a nonpartisan think tank based out of Washington, D.C., and I handle harm reduction issues with them and other consumer issues. And then I'm also a board member with the American Vapor Manufacturers Association, and I am currently a visiting fellow with the Independent Women's Forum. So not a lot of time.
Wow. Well, that's amazing. You've certainly been an advocate for vaping. Why?
Why? Oh, okay. Back in 2016, when I was still at the Heartland Institute, I was smoking, and they had me, hey, work on our, vaping portfolio. And I was a former staffer, so it was really intriguing to see all of these small businesses having to get a civics lesson pretty much in government because they were getting, attacked by state, federal, local lawmakers, but then you had to bring in the courts to it. And it was kind of amazing to see this consumer product and these people just trying to help people quit smoking and how much the government was attacking. So I kind of just fell in love with it and fell in love with the people. And then I really have a disdain for lawmakers. So, educating them on stuff they don't know is kind of a fun perk of mine.
Now, that group of small business owners and people who work in that industry, where do they stand now today in the U.S.?
Oh, it's uncertain territories. You're like talking about the vape shops. Yeah. Right now, with the pre-market tobacco applications, everything's kind of in limbo. They were due back in September 2020, and then all these small e-liquid manufacturers had about a year that they could still be on the market without FDA authorization, and then the FDA blanketly denied almost 1 million flavored e-liquid products, and so they all moved to synthetic nicotine. Well, Congress earlier this year passed a law allowing the FDA to regulate synthetic nicotine as a tobacco product, so we had to do PMTAs 2.0 is what I call it, and they have till July right now, so it's in a limbo period. And you still also have about 100. You have hundreds of thousands of applications that are still pending too with the FDA. So they didn't get authorization, but they also didn't get denied. So it is a regulatory limbo.
Now, come July 15th, I think that's the date, isn't it?
Yeah, for the FDA to actually have to decide on something now. Because it's not a court case, and I don't want to be quoted on this, I don't think that they're so stuck to that deadline as they were with the September 2020 deadline, because that was tied to the anti, the Oregon organizations is what I call them, going after the FDA for not doing their timetable right with PMTA applications.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I don't think a lot of people always recognize the fact that it was, the diehard anti-vaping groups led by the American Pediatric Society that forced the FDA into this timeline.
Yeah. The FDA actually in 2017, the FDA doesn't really have the capacity. If you look at, just the way that their funding works, and they actually had to hire a bunch of people before 2020, but they were kind of recognizing harm reduction back in 2017, and that's where they were, kind of gave lower priority to those products, and that it was going to be 2022 when the actual application was, and so the deadline got pushed by 2 years.
Now we're looking at, tens of billions of dollars overall in the U.S. marketplace. How much of that is going to move to the black market, do you think?
At least 60%, if it hasn't already, because you're already seeing it in other states where they have black markets, but there's also just the counterfeit products that you also see at like C-stores and stuff, that there's not really a lot of like oversight in there. That I always go back to like Eon Smoke, and you had one of the companies that was actually working with customs to try to get these products off the market, but it's going to be all black market. You can't close that door.
And what's going to happen to all the vapors? Not to mention the smokers that, are going to lose the potential of vaping, but we're talking about former smokers in the millions that now vape, that are
yeah. Hotkeys, gotta love them.
Yep. Well, yeah, fuck that. What happened there? Oh shit. Hang on, my drawers just fell apart on us.
That's all right.
Oh, maybe not.
I just asked everybody in chat, what do they think of politicians? And I tried not to be too harsh about different options to choose from, but try not to bias the poll. But honestly, it is what it is.
Do you really want me to say it, tell you, or where the hell that gone? Owen Thompson, you little shit.
Anyway, there's going to be a link in the description to this if anybody wants to watch the rest of the video. It's quite interesting when you, even as just a regular consumer, to realize how much crap goes on in the background and how much lobbying takes place with these politicians, both good and bad, and how clueless some of them are when you get somebody that's knowledgeable that actually shows up and goes, hey, I want to talk to you about vaping. And they look at your tank and go, what is that? That's not a vape. The only vape I know about are these kind of things. They're disposables. And they're like, no, sorry, sir. This is the device I use. This is the vape that keeps me from smoking combustible cigarettes. And they go, oh, okay. Well, tell me about it.
What on earth?
Most are like to hear Turk and can tell a lab rat from a mouse.
Where is that gone?
Anyway, Clive Bates posted another wonderful article on his website. Is tobacco control the new big tobacco? In their frantic opposition to safer forms of nicotine use, the tactics of tobacco control activists seem eerily familiar. Like, I don't know, they decided to take the tobacco advertising tactics and marketing tactics from back in the 50s and 60s before most of us even knew what a cigarette was because we weren't even born yet. And now those are the tactics they use to stomp out vaping and completely ignore cigarette smoking and the number of people that die from it. Anyway, go check out this wonderful article he posted on there. Pushing misinformation, opposing smoking cessation, buying influence, and buying farms that, sit there and post a bunch of garbage that are obviously garbage, being merchants of doubt, overplaying the uncertainty aspect to the health benefits of vaping, aggressive economic actors false claims based on misleading measurements, misunderstanding nicotine, misattributed harms, and backing bad policies.
That's baffling.
So, I'm going to put a link in the bottom of the article so you guys can check it out. Because something burned my wire this week. And I've known this for a long time, right? Sudafed. I used to buy it when I was working as a paramedic, and we'd stop at the gas station. It was $1.50 for a little box of Sudafed, the generic version of it. Pseudoephedrine, I think, is the actual drug of it. $1.50. You would take one pill. It would last you 4 hours and would completely dry out your sinuses if you had any sinus issues. And it didn't matter whether it was allergy related or whether you were getting a cold. It took care of the problem. Well, then people decided they were going to misuse it, and the government decided we need to step in and fix the situation. So what did the FDA do? Okay, we established new legal requirements for the sale and purchase of these drugs, Pseudoephedrine and Ephedrine and Phenylpropanolamine. Okay? Essentially, they took Sudafed, which was a very, very cheap drug that you could take if you had a runny nose, and it would fix it like magic. And it would only last you 4 hours. And you might have to take another one if you had a cold or flu. But if it was just, an incidence of your allergies or something, guess what? You took one pill, a little tiny red pill, and bam! Your sinuses were completely cleared up and you were good to go. Well, to combat the methamphetamine problem that was starting to happen in the country, well, they decided that we're going to regulate it and control it. And in order to keep the population happy, well, guess what? We need to let them sell something as a replacement for it. So they decided to let them sell Sudafed-PE. And it is not Sudafedrine, Pseudoephedrine. It is Phenylephrine, which, by the way, I can tell you 100% certainty, doesn't do crap for your runny nose. It's a complete waste of money. You're better off taking a sugar pill or a piece of candy. It works just as good. And guess what? Somebody found out about this and decided to call them out on their crap. Americans have been wasting billions of dollars a year on cold medication like Sudafed and, I don't agree with this part, Benadryl, with the active ingredient. Okay, I get it now. I get it why he said it that way, and people are mistaking it, like I did when I first read it. Sudafed and Benadryl with the active ingredient phenylephrine. The phenylephrine is the problem, not the Benadryl. Diphenhydramine hydrochloride works. That's not the issue. Benadryl is being sold with this active ingredient because Benadryl by itself is not going to stop your runny nose. It just basically alleviates your allergy symptoms that caused the flare-up in your nose in the first place. But it isn't going to stop a runny nose if your runny nose isn't caused by just allergies. So anyway, the point is, this phenylephrine, if you give it IV, it does stop a runny nose. But it has never worked if you take it orally. And he called him out on it. What's it called in your country? Sudafed. What do you take as a pill to stop? Is it?
Yep. You used to get the Sudafed cream for the babies, for the bums.
Sudafed cream.
Yeah, for nappies.
It's just more proof that the FDA is in the pockets of the industry, and they are not out there protecting consumer interests. It's a sad reality that we live in. And here's one more proof in the pudding to show you that they've been authorizing this product for use by all of us ignorant consumers out there thinking, oh, if I buy the Sudafed, because you walk into the pharmacy, and this is the best part, because they restricted real Sudafed to behind the pharmacy, and you have to show, a license, a driver's license, and, verify that you are who you are, and you got to write you into a logbook, and they got to verify that you haven't bought more than 4 packages in the last 90 days or something like that.
Yeah.
That's the only way to get actual Sudafed that actually stops your runny nose. So if the pharmacy's closed, but the drugstore's open, well, the only thing you're going to be able to buy is this stuff, and this stuff doesn't do anything. Rip off the consumer, let you think that you're buying something that's going to work, and it's no more effective than a placebo when taken orally. And you wonder why we have such disdain for the FDA. That wraps up the news and science. It's been an hour. I think it's time for a drink. What do you say?
Yeah, I just wanted to show you something first. Can I just try?
Sure, of course.
Right, hang on a minute.
Let's see what you got.
Let's have a look. See if it's going to work. What about that one? Knock that one off. Nope. Hang on a minute. I don't know if it's going to work. Bastard.
You can still show us using your regular camera. Or are you trying to show me something off the internet?
Run the bumper. I'll get it sorted. 2 shakes.
All right. No worries. If I click on the right thing, not random recipe, flavor. For your entertainment purposes today, I am pulling out another BuzzBallz chillers. Today we have a pineapple Colada chiller. It is an orange wine with coconut, pineapple, and lime juices. Natural flavors. 15% alcohol by volume. And I got 2 of them. And they're going into
very nice.
A proper jam jar, which you can see the ice is melted quite a bit.
There you go. All
right.
Right.
Holy moly. Look at that setup there.
All right, but look at this setup. I'm now going to... I'll just put my TV on it. Look who's on the TV.
Wow. That's kind of like what I'm doing with my monitors.
Well, I'll just zoom a bit closer in so I get the full TV in. Right, and if you put us on, you'll see us what. Wow.
You keep replaying the same thing because I think you're creating an endless loop.
Hang on. There you go.
Because I'm feeding back to you and you're feeding to the crowd.
There you go.
Did you guys happen to notice his big stash of booze next to his desk?
Shh. Me?
I'm pouring mine. You show him yours.
Well, in honour of Paul last week, I went out and bought some Borrigans. I know you said Borrigans you tried, but I also bought another bitter as well, which is quite popular over here, and that is John Smith's.
John Smith. I have never even heard of that before. Extra smooth.
This is a big bitter. John Smith's. You have Stones. You have I think it's Worthingtons as well. But, they're pretty. They're So this is the John Smith's is 3.6% alcohol, and the Borrigtons, if I remember, is roughly they're about 3.5% alcohol, and they pour delicious. I'm going to go with the bodies first, just in the honour of Paul. You hear that? The little widget there. And then there you go. You just start whacking that in.
I didn't realize you were pouring. You're being all posh today with the glass.
Oh, you've got to pour this because it's cream flow. Because if you see it pours cloudy.
Ooh.
Then it just goes nice and clear. As you can see, it just.
Oh, delicious!
See how it starts to go clear at the bottom? That's
Now that's refreshing.
No, that is refreshing. There, that's how bitter you always have in a glass, especially a cream flow. And then there you go. It goes nice and clear, and you go, cheers to your health, sir.
Cheers.
You know you're getting a bit
Holy cow, is that fantastic. That is a beautiful blend of pineapple and coconut.
Oh my Lord, that is so good. That is so
I have
good.
to get me some more of that.
Oh, yes, that was delicious. Is that right? Let me get that up. Is that right? Yeah, we'll close that off.
I'm in heaven with that combination.
Oh, it's awesome stuff, mate. Bingo.
So, folks, what are you vaping on today? As you can tell, I still have my G-Prev 3 here with the Monster Sub-Ohm tank from Blitz. And, well, it's got a new coil in it because the coil didn't last very long. Got about 5 days out of it.
Ooh,
and it is disgusting now. Holy cow.
I want to put some batteries in for one of mine.
I'm thinking about actually tearing this thing apart and seeing if I can re-wick it. Dry burn the stuff in there and see if I can make that another decent coil. And while Kenny's lost in his room trying to find something, cussing up a storm and whatever is not working right, it sounds like his battery charger's not cooperating.
I've got some. Do you know when you go to try the prize one battery out your charger, where the fucking lot just went ba-ding?
Goes flying. Yup.
Yeah. A whole lot went, so I've just... No, I remembered something, so I thought, to hell with it. I'm going to do it.
Listen, we have hand checks. Scott Merriman and William Dobson have been posting on Facebook when we upload the thumbnail and, to announce the show. They've been posting their hand checks on there for us, so let's give them their 3 minutes of fame today. There we go. There's Scott Merriman's hand check. That is a beautiful design. Beautiful beast.
That's cool.
What is he squonking into? What, the Wasp Nano? What is this stainless steel one on the bottom?
It must take a little squonky edition, doesn't it? It's really cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I've never seen one like that before.
Mint. That's mint. I love it.
That is awesome.
Because that looks like is that the drag mod? Is that the drag? I can't remember.
It's a PWM mod. Look on the bottom here.
Is it not the is it could it
Dove
be one
Po
of these?
MVV2, Mallory Gates said.
It's the MVV2. I've got one of them in gold. Yeah, I know.
I was looking at one of them today. And then there's that Squonk, and that looks like the Wasp Nano Pro.
Yeah, that's the Wasp Nano Pro on the top.
And there we have William Dobson. It has a 2100 series Asgard 30 on top.
Oh, the Asgard. Christ, I forgot about that. I've got an Asgard. I've got the Asgard Mini. Good little for RDA, that.
Dove Po. Awesome. And William Dobson also sent me this. A chocolate eclair.
Oh, luscious. Is that luscious juice? Luscious.
Yes.
Luscious. Yeah.
Luscious juice, small batch artisan e-liquid, chocolate eclair. Fantastic.
Excuse me.
And
it's a bit sweet.
He's given us a little preview of our dad jokes. Let me remove the chat overlay for a moment. All right, anyway. Mosquito trap. The mosquito lands on the salt thinking it's sugar. Then he gets thirsty for water, but the cap has rum in it. So the mosquito gets drunk, trips on the stick, and smashes his head on the rock. What do you think?
Wait, if you got rid of the salt, that's a typical human, not anyway.
I don't think that's going to work for the mosquito very well.
No. To go back to what we were vaping on, guess what I got out? Guess what I got out in your honor? There it is.
Oh.
The little pinky.
Nice.
And guess what's sitting on the top? Bit of pink and black. And that's not the light. It's not. Hang on a minute. I don't know if I can shine a bit of light on this. There you go. Don't only just make that logo out. I can, I can certainly fucking try something here. Hang on. There we go. Have a look at that. Can you see what that is on top? You've recently purchased one. You've recently purchased one. Nope.
Mike Vapes.
Yep. That's the Blaze, the Jewel.
Oh, how is it?
Lovely. I tell you, it is not as good as the, you know who?
Kylan 3.
Good, but I'd still put the Kylan 3 ahead.
I can't get over the fact that this Kylan 3 has a 5mm coil in it. A single 5mm coil running at 42 watts makes this single 21700 battery last an entire day as my exclusive device.
And I also dusted down. It's not real. It's not real. What me broadside, which is not real. It's not real.
So what?
With the Kennedy 3 post, which is not real, on top. And a stack system. Brilliant little thing. And it vapes tremendous.
Well, a stack tube mech's always going to vape tremendous.
Who says clones are crap? They do the job. What more do you want?
You can't buy Kennedy right now anyway. They went out of business because of the PMTA crap.
I pulled that one out. I've still got this setup. I've been using it for work. I've still got me Steam Crave Hadron 220 with the old Aromamizer Plus V3 on. And I don't know if I told you, but there was a guy at work. He says, "Oh, I brought a juice because I've tried some of your juice." So I've given him some of the, the homemade stuff that we're making, the flavour stuff. And you know what he did? He says, "Cause you bought, give me." He says, "I bought you a bottle of juice." And he bought. I mean, it's what he bought is that
caramel custard.
By I Love Flavour, and it's a 50-50 mix. And I tried it in this, obviously being 50-50, like it went straight down, like, but it works quite nice in the little pod kits. It's quite nice.
Well, yeah, 50-50 would be perfect for a pod kit.
Yeah, but for a consumer liquid, it's pretty much okay. Its flavor profile is I've just seen it before. Where was it again?
Mallory Gates, says that your fake stacked tube mech is going to hit like a government mule.
It does. But the flavor profile on this is pretty bang on. It's caramel with custard and butterscotch undertones, and it is. You get the caramel, and the rest is like back notes. So it's quite good. That one I was pleasantly surprised. But yeah, caramel butterscotch custard.
Listen, I'm not the only one that's got a whole wide assortment of tanks that I love. Billy Lee Rice here says that she has 4 Aromomizer Plus V3s.
Brilliant.
I've got one and I haven't opened it yet.
Oh, you're not going to be disappointed, mate. Trust me.
I've got the V2.
Not be disappointed. You'll not be disappointed.
I've got the V2. I was satisfied with the V2. I didn't think it was the world's greatest gift to vaping, but maybe I need to open up the V3 and see if they improved it.
It is a bit better, and I think it's the air. Is it the airflow that's changed on the V3? Is it? I can't remember.
I don't know.
Can't remember what the V2 looked like. To be honest,
she says that's the best tank ever.
Oh, V3, it's tremendous.
For me, the Arbiter 1 was the best tank ever because it's got the right amount of airflow. The Arbiter 2 improves the flavor, but sacrifices a little bit of air restriction that I personally don't enjoy. My wife, on the other hand, thinks that the Arbiter 2 is 10 times better than the Arbiter 1 for the way that she vapes.
Again, it's subjective, isn't it? It's how you like your vape. If you
It
like
is.
lots of air,
It's all about how you like to vape. Do you like to take long, slow inhales? Do you take quick, hard, fast inhales? I mean, that all goes to your satisfaction in your device.
Without a doubt. But this is lovely. This absolutely. I've got a 0.35 build in it. I think it's triple core. I think that's triple cores. Yeah, the triple one. Yeah, the triple core. Triple core fucking Claptons and lovely.
Yeah, Billy Lee Rice says the same thing. She's got 1 Arbiter 1. She has 2 Arbiter 2s, and she thinks the number 1 is better, the original one. Helheim S30 RDTA on a retro vape.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, we'll do that next week.
I've actually got a mod. If you
we'll do that next week.
Give me 1 second, because I've got one of them. I've got 2 of these, and I might give you one if I can just give me a second.
All right. So while he's going and digging stuff up, we're going to switch back over, and I'm going to show you about my trip to Ohio after the kerfluffle with the whole camping situation and finding out that they've gentrified our campsite. I decided, okay, we're not going to camp. We're going to go and honor and pay homage to my mother for Grandmother's Day. Grandparents' Day was this weekend. Okay. And after watching Nick's video, there Kenny is. There. You guys don't have to hear him. I still hear going off in the background. Anyway, we decided to go to Ohio and pay homage and spend some time with my mother, right? We took her out to Lone Star, got her a beautiful filet mignon. She has never had a filet mignon. I didn't realize that until we got her one because, you know, she has aphasia, so it's hard for her to order her food. And most of the time when we go out to eat, you know, she's like, well, whatever you think I would enjoy, just order it for me. Because she doesn't like to talk to people because it takes her a while to understand what the question is and then have to think about it. And she's afraid of saying the wrong thing because in her brain, you know, words get twisted and translated, and sometimes what comes out isn't what she intended it to be. So to save embarrassment, she has us order the food. And we ordered her what we thought, you know, per her diet restrictions and stuff, she would enjoy eating. And that was a filet mignon and,
Holy shit, hang on.
you know, steamed broccoli and a sweet potato. And she's like, that is the softest, best, most flavorful steak I've ever eaten in my entire life. So we spent the weekend with her doing that, and then the next day we went out and took her out for breakfast. But before leaving Ohio, I had to stop by Brick City Vapors because they moved. They're still in North Olmsted, Ohio. They used to be in the strip mall where we get our title and our plates renewed and stuff. And they moved closer to actually where I originally grew up, where my original house was that, you know, I was a baby. I was born in and lived, you know, most of my childhood in. And let me tell you, their new store, holy cow, this is what an actual vape shop should be everywhere. Okay?
Right. I found them. If you bear with us just a second.
Hold on there, buddy. You can do it after I get done my story about Brick City Vapors.
I'm just sorry. I do apologize. I'm just
no worries.
preparing. I've just let you know I found it.
Okay, awesome.
Carry on.
So Brick City Vapors in North Olmsted, Ohio, still North Olmsted, just closer to the turnpike and closer to the highway. Look how wonderful and how well stocked this shop is. That is gorgeous. And they have everything. They don't cater to just disposables. They don't carry to just, you know, rebuildables. Matter of fact, most vape shops have gotten rid of all of the rebuildable devices. They have everything. If you're a salt nick user, they have devices for you. If you're a freebase nick user, they have devices for you. Direct to lung, mouth to lung, you name it, they have something to help you not smoke ever again. It is fantastic, the choices they have. They have new stuff and they have old stuff. Look, they got the Maxis Max, the Free Max Maxis Max there. That is one of the most flavorful tanks that are out there. I just don't like having to buy stock coils all the time. So I always, you know, stick with rebuildables. But they actually have rebuildable supplies ready for the users. They have pre-made coils available. They have cotton. And for those of you that are out there and always wanted to buy yourself a Diodalis, they still have like 3 or 4 Diodalises, brand new, sealed in the box. If you want to buy yourself one to make your own coils, they have it. You can give them a call and she'll hook you up. They have little bumper stickers, and they do have some CBD stuff available. But look at this. What vape shop can you go into and buy zero nick disposables? Look at that.
Yes, I've heard there's them coming out now. Yes, I've heard about that.
Zero nick disposables. They've been out for a while because in some places, you know, it's banned. But if it doesn't have nicotine in it, guess what? It's nothing but a personal fog machine. So if you want to taper yourself down, you could do that. You could taper yourself down to 3 milligrams and then buy a zero nick so that you still have the hand-to-mouth action and you still vape, but there's no nicotine in it. And then, you know, you get a little hit once in a while from this. And you limit how many times you use the one with nick in it. And just use the zero nick the rest of the day, you can completely taper yourself off of nicotine. Fantastic store. And I'm telling you, her personality, we haven't been there for a year and a half. And it's like we talked last week. She just saw us last week, recognized who we were, and mom and pop vape shops still exist. And this was a fantastic store. If you ever happen to be in Cleveland, Ohio area or traveling the turnpike, I'm telling you, you can get off at the Lorraine exit there. Lorraine Road exit. Half a mile down the road, you can pop in Brick City Vapors. Fantastic. They even have, look at this, Juice Head. I didn't know Juice Head made pouches.
Holy moly.
Juice Head pouches, $6 a can.
That's not bad.
So for those times that you're in an environment where you're not allowed to vape, you're not allowed to have any clouds or anything, you can still be satiated and get your flavorful nicotine pouch to satisfy your needs. And obviously, ID checks. Fantastic place. Highly recommend it. They have hide disposables. And I love it. It's always cloudy in Ohio. Thank goodness. Awesome town. Awesome experience. Matter of fact, that's where the timeless RDTA that we're going to do on our retro vape today comes from. Can't wait to open that up. Clicking on the wrong thing. Kenny disappeared on us. Ooh, ooh, ooh. All right, take a look at chat. What are you guys talking about over there? Mike Vape's Eclipse Dual RTA is a great flavor RTA. Same airflow as a Fat Rabbit RTA. Hey, Kenny?
Right, my apologies. I've got everything together. I'm just doing some little bit of prep, but I can show you it if you want. I bet you can't guess what it is.
Kenny, Mallory wants to remind you once again, your smoke alarm is not to be used as a kitchen timer.
What are you doing to that? Hang on a minute. I'll see if I can zoom her in a touch so you can see it. Right, I'll zoom her in. So I'll put some light on it.
Ooh, that's a fantastic looking squonker. Dual battery?
Yeah.
Bessa what? What's this say?
It's a Bassium.
A Bassium. I have never seen that before.
I'll tell you why. I'll give you a clue. A UK reviewer come up with that. He doesn't do much now, but that's who done it. And you probably will have heard of him.
Who might that be?
It was the vaping biker with
Ooh, yeah.
That's his device.
The vaping biker may design that or help design that.
Yeah, vaping biker and dog paw come up with that.
I would love that device.
Well, it just so happens I've got two.
Holy cow! That is awesome.
I think there'll be one winging its way towards you. I'll keep boxes for everything, so it will come with its box. There you go. And I think that came out in about 2018-ish, I think. Roughly around then.
Wow. Billy Lee Wright says, I would love to see a vape store like that in the UK. She has one.
Oh, what?
She has a new one that popped up near her, but I know it will be full of disposables and not even have cotton like a lot of these other stores do. It's becoming a rarity to find a vape shop that carries, rebuildable tanks. Sure, they're going to have cotton and wire for rebuilding, but that's about it. Some of them might have some, Chinese manufactured assembly line coils. I don't know any of them that carry handmade coils anymore.
I mean, there's a lot of them that do that, like the wires on the spools. You can still get that quite readily available, but Like I say, the handmade stuff is it's not something that's kicking about so much now. Okay, now. Holy moly. Sorry, I'm just fucking around here, so for boys and girls, I don't know where he's gone. Where's he gone? I think we've lost him.
I ran off to the loo.
Oh, is that why? Because everything's kind of frozen. I thought, what happened there?
I was curious to see how long it would take before you'd even notice I was gone.
Like, kind of, I was like, kind of look around, going, what's going on here?
You were so intently looking into your stuff going, oh, I got to get this. Let me figure this out. You like me. It gets horrible when I get in front of the camera sometimes, you know, especially in the overhead. And I'm so in tuned into, you know, either getting the coil in there installed or tweaking something or, oh, I'd never seen that before. What is that aspect of this device?
That's the display.
Oh, fantastic. Beautiful, simple display.
Very simple. Very simple. It's variable voltage and variable wattage, no temp, which is it's just a simple design. Absolutely so simple.
It's a squonker. That's fantastic.
Yeah. I think, you know, it didn't get a lot when it was released because I don't think I can't remember his name, but the vaping biker, he's kind of like, he wasn't in the vape community, shall we say. You know, he was like outcast, so to say. You know, he never got on with a lot of people. So, you know, the big reviewers never reviewed his stuff because basically he just didn't send them it. Simple as that. But yeah.
That's also because it's expensive to be able to send it to people and have them review it.
Well, there's not that. I mean, you know, I don't think he didn't get on with a lot of the UK reviewers at the time. I don't know if he still does or not, but I mean, he's not doing much now, if anything. But he did do some nice reviews. I mean, he had some nice gear and that. But, it was awesome.
He was the inspiration for Steve at Legion Vapes getting started.
Yeah. Steve
was my inspiration for Steve and Nick were my inspiration for getting this channel started.
Steve's kind of got the same beard as him because they're very similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's who that was. That's where that came from. I think it was
awesome.
2018 it came around. Sure, it was 2018 when it came out. Could be.
Well, I guess it's time to roll the retro vape bumper then, since we're all sitting here talking about retro vapes.
Well, why not?
What happened there?
I don't know.
Yeah,
everything's
I had to move it over.
Everything's gone tiddly-widdly tonight for some reason, especially mine.
Yeah, everything's way out of whack. All right, so let me just do this. This is the Limitless RDTA, manufactured by iJoy.
I think I've got one. I could turn that around again because look. Yes, I've got one of them.
2016. I looked it up.
Yeah, it used to come in a kit.
2016.
It used to come in a kit with a mech mod, right? Semi-mech.
It is a convertible RDTA, kind of like, you know how Steam Crave, their aromamizers can be converted from an RDTA into a dripper. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Pay attention to details. Lets you open this thing up without having to pull your knife out.
Amazing.
It's the simple things. Except it didn't actually work.
The only thing with that, right, I'll tell you now, right? I suppose if it's the same with the other one. The only thing with that is, you know, when you dangle your wicks down, you've got to like have your wick bottom when you tip it up. If you have them sideways, they'll dry out. If you get what I mean. You'll find out when you see it.
Well, that's like at the vape shop at Brick City Vapors. You know, she was telling me, she's like, the only problem with this is, you know, you can't use it in your bed when you're laying down in bed, because if you have it this way for too long, it'll flood your deck and it'll leak all over the place.
No, exactly.
But they also sold different decks that you could swap out inside this thing.
Really? Oh.
My wife was like, what is bouncing around inside there? It was the screwdrivers. They're supposed to be in this little side thingy here, but they fell out. Anyway, we have a beautiful RDTA.
Oh.
Look at that. That's the postless deck.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck, man, isn't it? It's a weird one, but
it is weird because being that it's a replaceable deck, you have to remove the deck in order to install the coils.
Oh, it's
Look at
that. It's a bit of a. You'll find it's a bit of a fudge on, like.
What a clusterfuck that is! You have to completely disassemble it to install the coils on the deck.
Yeah,
or you could swap out the deck for a nice velocity deck. You could be cussing about, you know, having to tighten these screws. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Just checking this guy out now, if you bear with me, and we'll see where we are.
But it's nice squonkable. No? Yes?
Yep.
It looks like it's squonkable. Except, no, that's how it attaches to the bottom part. That's not a squonk pin. And here's the deck that you can use if you want to have it as a dripper. There you go. It's a nice little dripper. And you can, you know, 4 holes.
It's a cool little thing.
Interesting. What the heck? What a pain in the wazoo.
Yeah, that's not it wasn't the best of ideas when it come to that, like, but
Okay, so this attaches to the 510 stack inside here. That gets your electricity up to it, and then this is just a ring that threads down. And those threads are not very... I'm going to have to throw some e-liquid on there to lube these threads up. Try it again. I don't want to cross-thread it. There. Interesting. So this is where you fill your tank up. Interesting. Okay. So the question is, which deck are we going to use to build on today? I just saw that in the chat. My high school banned caffeine pills back in the day, but smoking was still allowed.
Sorry.
Did you see that? His chat message. His high school banned caffeine pills back in the day, but smoking was still allowed.
Like everything else, eh?
Not using a standard size. Is that a flathead in there? Phillips head.
A Phillips.
Phillips head screws.
You don't see that very often, do you?
What are we going to put in this thing?
So, that's the question. God damn.
It's a postless deck. So, I mean, you could put anything in there.
Pretty much. Hey, that's that sorted. That's that sorted. I just need to work out what I need to. What's that coming out at? 0.39. Well.
So they're going to need to be low on the deck because once this is tightened in here, that air hole right at the base, right at the deck. All right, where's my build stand? This is 2 weeks in a row I'm discombobulated. There's the deck options. You can have multiple. This is going along the same lines as Steam Crepe.
Pretty much.
Look at that fancy setup. 3 coils. How's that going to work when your air holes are opposite of each other? There's 2 sets of air holes. Not 3. So a 3 coil design. Does it come with a new chuff cap if you buy this base for it? I don't know, mate.
There you go. The Bastion set up with a lovely little RDA on the top. I forgot I had this thing. That RDA is a Claymore. Single coil.
Claymore, I heard about them. I've never seen one firsthand.
Yep, that's it there. That bottom bit's a beauty ring. You can take that off if you want. Nice little single coil RDA. It's coming out at 0.36 ohms, 45 watts. Absolutely delicious.
Awesome.
Restrictive, like it might be your cup of tea for your air. And the only thing I don't like is this little chuff caps, very small, but then again you can swap that out for one you like. Never mind.
See what else comes in the package.
Pretty much.
All right, so spare glass. What is this? What? It comes with a stock coil?
It's already got it in. That's so cool. And it's got 3 Air Force slots around it, no?
Okay.
That's ready to go, that, mate. You just drip and go. That's ready to go.
But how's it? What? Get the hell out of here.
Is that not the drippy mode? We're RDA with 3 coils in.
I'm just getting ready to build this thing, and I'm like, wait a minute, what is that? So it's...
That's class. You took them coils in before you tightened it out them wicks. What a kerfuffle.
This is... Were they trying to do this for beginners so that you didn't have to worry about trying to wick it there the first time? And you get the thing and then you screw it together? And it doesn't need 3 because what you're doing is you're creating an inner chamber, and this fits over top of it. What? What?
It was mad. Mad. See, the version I got was it didn't have none of that with it. Mine was just a basic porceless deck bit that you had at the top. And that was it. Never got none of that with it.
So you just throw your fluid in.
Sort the shit out of them coils as well. I would anyway.
And for an RDTA, this looks like it's got some decent juice capacity. I don't see any square pins though.
I think it's with 4 mil. Right, it's a tank in it, I suppose.
I should have made a new bottle. I'm sitting here destroying this brand new one, trying to get the fluid out to fill this massive tank. You swap the messages out there on the screen. Chat messages. Keep up with it.
I bet. Well, you've still got that one highlighted, so I can't do nothing till you get it off.
Oh, you should be able to click it. It should change, no? Or I'll sweep it off.
Hang on, then. There you go. Hooray. Billy Lee Rice said it would have combed them wicks. Dusty Conrad said that looks like one dry hit city.
Well, I don't know.
William Dobson's the same deck as the RDA that came with as a kit with the iJoy Capo Squonga. It came as a kit with a mech mod as well. The one I had.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't see a squonk pin here. We're going to have to dig into this a little more while this is sitting here soaking stuff up.
Hang on a moment, just hang on a moment.
I'm impressed here. I'm going to dump this contents out. Look, they give you this little package you're used to seeing, O-rings and maybe a squonk pin if that's a capability of the device, but I just can't get this baggie opened. There. So we got our usual O-rings. We have a drip tip adapter. So a 10 to 510 drip tip adapter. They gave you some spare cotton, but it's not actually spare cotton because they gave you a set of coils to throw in there. Those don't look half bad. Some fused Claptons. How about these grub screws? Are they still... Phillips head. And then another 510 pin. So it's not squonkable. But wow. .15 for a round wire. 3 of them. Smells good.
My apologies again. I forgot to tell me my wife's away for a couple of days, so I'm kind of
you got the kiddies
tea because one of the kids wanted to make the tea, so
and I didn't bring up my box, my travel box, because I packed up all of our stuff for our Ohio trip.
There's mine. There's mine. That's what mine came as. It came with that. That's the kit that came with mine. It came with the mod.
Ooh.
That's how I bought mine. Complete. I didn't get none of the attachments. Just got this and this as a kit on a mech.
That is awesome.
Yep, it's just there you go. Same kind of postage deck. I've just got 2 little coils sitting on the top there. It's never been used for a while.
Yeah, that's what I was showing them. Everybody that it comes with, set of coils and cotton, spare O-rings, spare grub screws. They're all Phillips head, and then a spare pin for the center.
That's what it done when you took that off. This was like a sleeve. You see, that's like a sleeve that you can put on and off. That's basically what that was, a sleeve. The firing pin's not the best, like, I mean, it's not like a high-end mech, it's just if you look, there's loads of throw on it, loads of play on it. Got a long throw on it, but it works, it does the job, but that's what was it was the RGAT mod with the doodah on the top. That's how I got mine many moons ago. So there you go.
Beautiful.
It came in different shapes and forms, I suppose. They put it with other devices. But even I didn't know you could get other decks that went on it. I've never seen that, to be honest with you, unless it's just in your part of the world. I don't know.
No, I checked it out. Their website is still live. You obviously can't buy it on their website. But they sold a bunch of different decks. So it's RDTA, RTA, RDA, and you have all these different deck options to swap it out.
None of that come with it. Like I say, I bought a kit, so obviously, I suppose if you buy the RDT on its own, then you're gonna get them options. Yeah, I can see because you got like a new screwy top there. I forgot to mention, it is a bit of a pain in the arse because you do have to literally take it apart.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I joy limitless. That's it. I joy limitless.
All right.
That's awesome. Yeah.
$51, $55, $60 to start, I think. 0.15.
What music? What is that? What it's coming out of with 3 coils?
0.15 for 3 coils.
Holy shit. I don't know with that. Like, I think you might be better with a Postage deck bill, but I could be wrong.
There ain't nothing wrong with it.
Really?
For round wire coils, 0.15 for the 3 of them in that goofy airflow configuration. It works.
No way.
That Hunky Hawaiian Punch, you get the flavor characteristics of it. The sweetness is just slightly subdued. The pineapple's a little stronger than normal, so it stands out on its own. It's not, the beautiful punch combination, but that works fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Wow. Well impressed, like.
That's 2 weeks in a row I've used round wire coils, and there's nothing to be ashamed of.
No, either back in the day, that was the thing, man. Still is, still good. The only difference
I was convinced that I wouldn't have been able to quit smoking with round wire. When I first got started, Steve was like, listen, worst case scenario, you can always just buy regular round wire, make your own coils, and slap them in there. I'm like, anytime I've made round wire coils, they taste like crap. Or they didn't have any flavor at all. Or it got too throaty. You got flavor, but you also got a really throaty nick. That's beautiful. I honestly have no desire to install the coils in these other decks yet.
There you go. Good old-fashioned round wire, eh?
I'm going to tighten these grub screws up so I don't lose them. I'm going to put them back in the box, and we'll revisit it.
It's like, plus like then you had Canthal as well. Canthal was the big player then.
Yeah, and I've never been a fan of Canthal compared to stainless or nichrome. I don't think it has much flavor. But they use that to protect the cotton. Even has their logo on the bottom. You can swap your drip tip out.
How was that? Oh, that is a bit.
That is gorgeous.
The see how it settles and just clears.
Yeah.
Oh. Cream flow bitter, my friends. Cream flow bitter. Beautiful stuff. Now why Paul likes it. By the way, if you catch one the rerun, Paul, I bought them just for you.
I'm flabbergasted. I really am. I can't believe it. I was expecting this to be, a typical 2016 shitty experience. It was a nice idea. It sounded good. And eventually I'll chase it down to find the right coils to make the flavor pop in it. I figured worst case scenario, it's a dripper. You can put whatever coils in it you want, and you can vape to your heart's content. But I never expected there to be inside of it 3 round wire coils. And the airflow is just right.
Oh, you like that, yeah?
There's a hint of restrictiveness to it, and it's not spongy, but it's adaptable airflow. Like, if I pull harder on this, it's able to keep up. without getting spongy. A lot of these other coils, the holes restrict you so much that if you just take a normal, inhale, it feels good. But if you really try to force it fast, it'll get really spongy because you're creating a vacuum inside there, and it takes a while for that to neutralize. The way that they design this and the space and the gap that's in there, there's enough volume around that inner coil spaced with this outer one. Listen, Brick City's got like 15 of these things sitting on the shelf. It's one of the reasons I picked it. I'm like, listen, I know it's an old tank. Let me clear it out. I've never seen it. I want to experience it. This is a 2016 tank that if you see today on clearance somewhere, I recommend you pick it up.
Absolutely. It's a good little tank, honestly. It's mint. It's an
5, 10,
15,
15, 20. I don't care. I'd pay $40 for this. It's almost toe-to-toe with any modern tank.
For round wire as well, that's even better, isn't it?
And it comes with a set of fused Clapton coils. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah.
They may not be the greatest thing in the world because, they're machine made, but they're beautiful. No off taste to it. I always hated that about Sigelli stuff. Even the stock coils from Sigelli. They had like this off taste. I'm like, did they not wipe the machine oil off? Did they not ultrasonic bath the coils before they threw them in the box?
I don't know where you're coming from with that one, mate, yeah.
Watch.
You see, welcome to old school, my friend.
I can't get over it. I honestly thought that I wasn't going to be able to enjoy. I'm like, this one's all right. Well, that one's okay. This one's actually really nice.
It just goes to show, you don't really need all these exotic coils. You just need a bit of simple round wire, and you can get just as good a flavor. It works.
I know Mallory's one and myself is one that say you don't need the latest, greatest frickin' vape tank to enjoy the hobby aspect of vaping. And with the experience I just had with this iJoy Limitless, I wholeheartedly agree. If you're living on limited means, there's no reason why you can't switch from smoking to vaping. Get into the hobby aspect of it so it keeps your mind and your hands occupied. What's the old saying? Idle hands does the devil's work.
Thank you, Vape and Bick. He's just popped open a can as well to join us in a drink.
Thank you, sir.
William, this is the RDA that I've got sitting on here is the Claymore, the single coil RDA, the Claymore. If I can get some light on it here, just bear with us. I'll try and light it up a bit better. Well, there we are. The Claymore. It's got a little beauty ring on the bottom there, but it's a nice little single RDA. Cheers to you too, Vape and Bick. Cheers. Didn't cost that much, to be quite honest, I don't think.
Add some more screwdrivers to my collection. Box that sucker back up. Fantastic device. Well, sir, I think it's time that we finally open our Asmodus Ultroner. I know Paul was googly eyeing it last week, but after the show, I did look it up, and it can still be acquired
Wrong one.
Vazon Vapes in the UK has it for $29.99.
Which one? Which model is it? Or the Osmosis Ultrona Squonker?
Luna Squonker. That's what she is.
Anything with stab boards, quite. I used to have one of them Gur stab boards, but it died. Gur or Gur. Gur.
I have the Gaia.
What do you call it? Gaia? What is it? G-A-U-R, isn't it? I would spell G, Guy, Gur, whatever.
Where is it?
The board died on it.
I had it here last week.
Why?
I don't know.
I'm going to get my own food, but I can't afford to buy food as well. So just going to next week.
What's you want?
I don't know.
Okay. Presentation box.
Well, or she'll come get to me.
2 squonk bottles.
There's one out of tea.
Yeah.
Look to be silicone.
There's a tenner. Get you both something for your teas, whatever. I'll eat whatever.
I'm buying my own food.
Right.
I'll buy my own, so
Okay.
this can just be for shit.
I just put whatever. Right. Jesus. Kids, man. Children. Wow. One of my daughters made tea, and the other daughter doesn't like it, so she wants something to eat.
Never satisfied, are they?
Nah.
No displays. Nothing to fanny around with.
Just raw battery power. I can't remember, was it 20 where was it an 18650 battery or a 2100?
18650.
It's 650, yeah.
Single 18650.
Imagine if they did make 2100s and that out of them, man. It'd be mint, wouldn't it?
That would have been a lot more practical. Would have used a lot more. I don't think this is stabilized wood. I think this is epoxy resin. I don't see any wood.
Doesn't it?
I just see flakes, and I think that's resin.
I think if it's gone for 30 quid, that'll not be stabilized wood.
I mean, it's clearance at this point, but that is beautiful.
It's still a nice looking mod, do you guys? It's still fantastic. Real mod. Definitely nice looking mod.
This is going to take 5 years to fill.
When the top side came out, it kind of like killed a lot of squonk mods up. You know, nobody made any more for ages after that came out. Then the like kind of like popped up again.
Nick's got a squonk out there now, doesn't he?
I believe so, yeah. Yeah, that's
there
the
we
best way
go.
to do it, mate. Just pour the bastard in.
And don't fill it to the top.
No.
Whatever you do.
It'll squirt out the top if you do that.
As it is, it's going to be overfilled.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure is. Son of a...
Pour some back out, mate. That's what I used to do. I used to just pour a little bit on the top of the coils and drip it. Hey, great minds think alike, mate.
Drink it. Drink that juice.
Yeah, drink the motherfucker.
No, the only problem is I need to throw a squonkable.
Oh, Jesus. What's up on there? Well, they wonder.
What do I have set up that's squonkable?
I was getting dry hit there. Never squonked.
That's what happens when I know what I'm going to do. Remember this one?
Awesome little
squonk.
Love it. Awesome mod.
Oh.
I like that. I like that push button design. What was that one again?
UL blocks.
UL blocks. I like that idea with the button. Like, it's quite a cool idea.
The only thing that sucks about it is I've got Wayne's watermelon in there. And I filled this one up with my Hunky Hawaiian Punch.
Oh.
Die.
Oh.
Nice squonker. Throw that in there.
There you have a few vapes on, dried out, without getting a hit.
There's no voltage regulation in this thing. And it's got a lot more power than this one.
If it's a mechanical squat, it's going to go up your build, isn't it?
Let's put that in there.
Excuse me.
Magnetically held on. She's squonking. Listen, mate, I'm done.
I take it that's all right then.
These two juices blend together like husband and wife.
They found a new flavor then.
Holy. If I was selling commercial juice and I had Hunky Hawaiian Punch as my one flavor and I was selling watermelon as another flavor, I'd sell a third flavor as the combination 50-50 of the two of them.
That good.
The sweetness is better. It's not like straight up sickeningly sweet because now that cantaloupe flavor in there complements the Hunky Hawaiian Punch and becomes like a dominant flavor, and then you get a residual Hawaiian Punch in the background. It is a beautifully complex recipe now.
Just a bit off topic. What hand are you? Are you left or right? Are you lefty or are you righty?
Righty.
This will do you.
Analytical.
This was only my one gripe with this, right? Was, you just bear with, I'll just pop one a bit. You could see the design. It's more like nicely for a right-handed. You can put your finger there. You can fire it there. But when you're a lefty like me, everything comes arseways. You know what I mean? That was the only doubt to see. Obviously, I've got a squonk like that and press like that. But it's more curved. The curvature on it's more designed for a right-handed.
A right-handed.
You can cup it. You can cup it nicely like that. You know, you can get your hand nicely round it. Sorry, you can get your hand nicely round it and squonk it like that. And still fire it, no bother. But for a lefty, you're on that hard edge rather than the rounded edge. That's the only problem with it. It's a righty-handy mod, shall we say. That was my only thing with it.
That's probably the shortest retro vape we've done in a long time.
Because it was good, that good.
Both of them are fantastic.
You had one ready made. What can you say? I mean, you'd probably have to try a build on that one of the decks. Just do build the posters.
Oh, I'm definitely going to. Just plain Hawaiian punch on round wire?
Surprisingly good, isn't it?
It's fantastic. All right.
It's a nice looking mod, that. I don't think it's real stab wood, but hey.
No, I think
works,
it's just
doesn't
an epoxy.
Yeah. Holy shit. We've got a fucking ice cream van in the street. We've never had an ice cream van around here. What the hell? Sorry.
No worries. Here's the beautiful thing about epoxy or resin tanks. Watch that. Just a little bit of wax.
Look at that. The colours are just popping on it now. You can see straight away. All them little colours, your greens, your blues, your purple, they're just popping.
And the little cracks in between the plastic that's already in there and the resin of this body are being filled in with the wax. Just make sure when you do the around the button, you don't take any fresh wax and throw it there. Save that for the big flat panels.
It's called a treat, isn't it? I'm just listening to the ice cream fan. Can you actually
love
hear
it.
that? Can you actually hear that?
Yeah.
Can you actually hear that ice cream van outside my door? Jesus Christ. What the hell?
Some Alfie shine. Give that a moment to dry up a little bit while I enjoy my retro vape.
William Dobson there, just judging by what you said, he's kind of come up with, you can edit the punch with some cantaloupe.
Yeah.
Will you fuck off? Fucking ice cream. Do you mind?
Listen, I remember my kids were young enough to want to have ice cream from the ice cream truck.
Do you mind?
Doesn't matter if we already had a box of ice cream in the freezer.
But you could never beat it though, could you? Fresh ice cream off an ice cream van, man. Oh. I'm not going to get an ice cream, no. No vaping thing, I'm not. As much as I would love to, but I'm not. They're too bloody expensive now, man. Cost a fortune.
I'm going to have to let this settle up, dry up, throw another coat on it tomorrow, because that is no longer the beautiful shine that I had before. That wax is still wet.
Yeah,
it's still beautiful and clean, but at least I know it's now sealed up.
Still a nice looking mod.
It's essentially a mechanical box mod.
Exactly, my friend, exactly. Yeah, I mean, God, this thing, God, I've never used this for a long time. May have to give it another go. What coils have I got on this? I've got clappings on that. See, I've got round wire, but it's too thin. I need some, I think the thinnest I've got is 26.
That's what I used last week for that 10 wrap.
Yeah, I think it's 26. I could do some 22.
I do have some thicker wire here. After the show, I was looking around. I'm like, I know I've got a box of wire around. There you go. There's some 22, some 24.
22s. I think 22s was the popular gauge in its day.
It's got some heft to it.
Yeah.
And that's some nice nichrome.
Who was that other reviewer that used to do builds? He used to call him Nick as well. He had a beard and a baseball cap. What the call him again?
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Oh, what the hell did they call him again? He used to do builds with round wire.
And Canthal.
I don't know if he's still around. What the hell was he called again? He had a funny name.
I came across a new UK vape reviewer yesterday when I was looking up this Limitless. I think it was the only reviewer that did a review on it back in 2016.
I did one on it. I'm positive I did.
Oh, so YouTubers just censoring my search results, not letting me see.
Almost certain I've done a review on it.
Michael Redfern, hello and welcome to your lunch hour. Vaping Bic. Jerry, hello and welcome. Steve Vapes, hello and welcome. If I would have caught your attention earlier, I could have invited you to the stream. I could throw you a link like we had Paul on last week.
Nick something. What the hell was he called again?
Two fantastic retro vapes.
I know, but I know I might be able to find him. R-O-U.
I'm definitely going to have to throw some wild melon into that Hunky recipe. That is fantastic.
You'll know this. You'll know him. I'm pretty sure you'll know him if I can find him. He's very old school. Very old school, he was.
Switch on and off. Press the fire button 5 times to turn on or turn off the device. Then the light turns blue. When you fire it, nothing happens. So it does have over limit protection, low voltage protection, overload protection if the resistance is less than 0.1 ohms, short circuit protection. It'll flash the light 5 times red. High temperature protection, and reverse polarity for your batteries. Asmodeus.
What the hell was he called again, man?
And naturally, battery safety.
Of course.
When you're dealing with mechs, you need your fundamentals for Ohm's law. Fantastic. All right, time for a random recipe and a loo break.
Okie dokie.
Awesome town.
I found him.
Daily Vape TV, I heard you say.
Daily Vape, yeah. Daily Vape TV. That was him. He'd done loads of round wire builds. I don't know if he's still going. His channel's still there, but I don't know if he's doing much now. Daily Vape TV. I can just remember the beard. That's him. I think they call him Nick as well, to be honest with you. That's him. He does some fabulous builds.
Subscribe. And the one that I found, also from the UK, UK Vapester.
Oh, I've never come across this chappy.
Yeah. That's because I was taking a look at this iJoy.
He's got 8,500 subs. Wait, 8,000 subs as well. I didn't have 8.25 subs.
This is not the search results I came up with the other day when I was searching. Look, everybody did the review on it. And guess what?
Quite a few.
Our show, because I put it in the thumbnail description.
I wonder why.
But we got the Vapor Chronicles. We got the Vapor Trail, Lightning Vapes, Vape and Bogan, AV Andy, Rip Trippers, Jay Hayes, Kicking Butts. And guess who didn't come up in the search listings? UKV. Why is it not coming up in the search results?
God only knows, eh?
I don't know. So, what are we mixing up today? Rocky Tooney jacked up Strawmellon, jackfruit, strawberry, sweet guava, and watermelon. That sounds pretty interesting. Let's do that. I'm not sure if I want to commit myself to a 60 mil of it, though. And super sweet is 0.5%. Well, I guess we'll just do that. All right. Time to pull out these ingredients. Jackfruit, and strawberry, and watermelon for CPA.
Opens 2. Don't know why that's there.
All right. Capella sweet guava. Super sweet. Got that. And all I need is a 30 ml bottle.
Ah, strange. There we go. Oh, Michael Redfern's popped in. How are you doing, Michael? Oh. God, I love this setup. It's so good. I love
Awesome town.
Absolutely out this world, man.
Did you ever think that you would find this much joy in a cigarette alternative?
Never. I thought the cigarette was the ultimate fag break, stress relief, bit of thinking time, you know, because you should always go for a fag and just think, didn't you? Just, or watch the world go by.
And when you get done eating, how wonderful that cigarette break was after you got done eating. That was the icing on every cake. You never had to have dessert because you always had your cigarette.
I don't know, like, I mean, the after sex cigarette was cracking it out.
Nah, you're totally right there.
You finish up right as a cigarette. Yeah. It just helped you with that come down, didn't it? Yes.
That was the climax to the climax.
That was. It definitely was. I think some people look forward to the after cigarette and the actual.
I feel sorry for them if that's the case.
Let's get this over with. Without my cigarette. Oh my God. Let's keep this a family show.
Hey, man, wait till we get to the dad jokes. You may not say that.
Oh, no, you're not. No, you can't. No.
1.56.
It's like you said, once you find a tank or a setup that's just perfect, you just enjoy it, don't you? Just, I mean, like I say, you've experienced round wire now the last 2 weeks, and, it's opened a total different world, yeah, you know what I mean? Never thought you'd get any flavour out of that stuff.
Let's see if I can get this without shooting over. 0.16.
Excuse me.
Holy cow, that's the first time ever. Nailed it. All right, top it off with 3.27 of just PG. I have to fill that back up.
Oh my God. I need to add a media sauce in here, don't I? So I can share media. Yeah.
Oh. Secret sauce. We forgot about our secret sauce.
Yeah, secret sauce, man.
Oh, my goodness. 1.86.
Where would I put that? That went to, did it go OBS record?
Give this a little color.
Open that.
Went a hair over on that. Just when I thought I was going to nail this recipe.
There you go, guys. I've just showed you this here. This is oh, hang on. I need to stop that. Can I control that? That's the thing. That's what was on the UK TV the other day. That I don't know if I can control it from here, but there you go. That was it.
I'm going to have to help you set it up so I can hear your audio too.
Yeah, it's just like I say, I've just literally tapped on it. But that's the kind of thing that's going on over here, boys and girls. So I can't even control it, actually. I can't even stop it or anything. So I'll knock it off. There you go. We'll have to set that one up, boy. Definitely. I used to use it. I liked it for I used to get some music. I think I used it last time for music. I think that's what I did.
Listen, I don't even have music playing right now. Nobody's mentioned it.
I just thought I'd just knock that one up to you, mate. You know what I mean?
There you go. And that needs to stay on my desk. Still have this OBS fingerprint sensor. It's not bad. It still works.
Got that one. YouTube stuff.
Make sure that we actually have our dispensing. And there she be it.
What about... We'll cancel that one off. What about...
All right, so let's take a look at our survey that we have going on. End poll. So, what do you think of politicians? 81% of you said they are a menace to society. 18% of you said they have a job to do and suck. 0% of you said that they have a job to do and do it well. And 0% of you love them and want to be one of them.
Oh. Yeah, stick your nose in the gravy boat. You'd be worth a fortune.
Fantastic. So I'll save that as our poll. That way, when I update the timestamps, I'll have the answer there. And the last thing I need to do before I get distracted is to make a label for this. Jacked up Strawmellon. And this should be ready to vape.
You think?
Well, it's going to be 24 hours before that settles in, but they're all fruits.
Fruits aren't too bad, I suppose. Who the hell done that?
Jacked up Strawmellon. And what, episode 36. You believe it's the 36th episode this year?
No way.
I do know the fall's right around the corner. Starting to get some cool nights.
Oh no, get off. Get off.
I know what you're listening to.
Can you hear that?
I sure can.
This is the band version. This is this guy. It's called Grey Area Studios, and he put proper band music to it. Brilliant. Why can't you control it though?
Are you bringing it into OBS?
Yeah.
As a media source, that's why. If you go into the properties, you can control it. It does allow you. But a lot of things don't work properly when you do that in OBS.
I can't get it off now. Bastard. I'm putting it as a browser source. Oh shit! How do I get that up? How the?
What's it called? Who's doing it?
Oh bollocks! Grey Area Studios.
Full band version.
I can't get it off. Kicking me down. Oh,
there's
hell.
an eyeball next to the actual browser source and sources tab.
Yeah.
If you click the eyeball, it'll go away.
It's taking the video off, but it's not taking the sound off.
Oh, and delete it.
Hang on. There you go. Jesus Christ. I need to get this. So you need to put me right with this shit, mate. What? It started the game? What the fuck? What's happening?
It's playing over here, mate.
Oh, that's not you, is it? Jeez, I thought it'd come back on again. That's impossible.
There you go.
That's him. He's an absolute genius, this guy.
All right, let's see your reaction.
Working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true.
Does all that individually and mixes it. Fantastic.
Living in the new world.
What a talent! He's playing drums, bass, singing, guitar. What the fuck? Who could do that? Bastard.
I'll tell you exactly who could do that. There ain't no question in my mind that he could do it if he wanted to.
That's brilliant, man. Talent, man. Raw talent.
Joe Gilder.
Oh, Joe Gilder.
I guarantee you Joe Gilder could do that. He does the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just these people that can play multiple instruments, you know, I take my hat off to them. I mean, Christ.
Oh, I played
Genius.
multiple instruments in high school, but don't ask me if I could pick one up today and play it.
I did in school, I dabbled on drums, but as you do when you're a teenager, you get bored with that shit and you go off running after girls and drinking and smoking cigarettes and all that shit. I used to be okay at guitar until I had an accident at work. You said these two fingers. I used to work in a metal fabrication factory where we used to make chimneys and flues. And the roller machine, them two got caught in a roller machine and kind of went. So now.
Are you Steve's UK brother?
Steve. What do you mean?
For
by
Legion
that?
Vapes. He did the same shit in Canada.
Did you really?
He was working in a machine shop and then his fingers got pulled into the machine and crushed.
Yeah, they just literally burst, but I've got very little feeling in them now, very little note. So now, when I've tried to play the guitar, now I can't feel them. I'm just hitting shit So now when I do, it's just power chords rather than chords because I can't feel them now with that.
I never dedicated enough time to learn how to play guitar.
Oh,
I wanted to. I got a couple acoustic guitars. I got an electric guitar. I just never sat down and committed the time to learn it.
I've got an electric sitting there, like me, but like I say, to play it now, I mainly use power chords rather than because I just can't. I can maybe if I can get the string down, but I'll end up muting it on another string because I can't feel it, so to speak. You know what I mean? That fucked them days up when I done that accident. I wasn't too bad actually in my day. As soon as that happened, it all went out the window. Bastards.
But you don't think that you could ever do like this guy?
Fun.
With an whole soul.
Even him.
Rich men go to Richmond. Lord knows
probably do that.
Just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think. Wanna know what you do. And they don't think you know, but I know that you do. 'Cause your dollar ain't shit. And it's
shit. I love it. Love it. He's fucking bang on. I love it.
I'm telling you.
Absolutely love it. So true.
You want to learn how to do EQ? Joe Gilder's got a perfect video. The 3 rules of EQ. The do's and don'ts. And how to nail your equalization. Fantastic.
I'll have to check him.
But nothing's going to beat this one. I love this one. You were saying nobody could do it, playing the different instruments and, putting it all together. How about this guy made a video exactly for that purpose?
My inspiration is just flowing in comments.
Let's get past YouTube's commercials, right?
Studio Corner. In a recent video, I showed you how to set up a bedroom studio from scratch. We put up panels, we set up a small recording rig, and I made a claim at the end that said you can get a great sounding recording in a setup just like this.
So, Now I want your reaction to him and this song.
Well, today I need to prove my point. I'm going to record and mix a song in this room this morning. Let me go over the equipment really quickly. First up, MacBook Air laptop. I'm going to record to the internal hard drive.
Not a supercomputer like I do to have for this show. Just a normal MacBook.
Yep.
To keep it simple. Secondly, PreSonus Audio Box 44 VSL. It's an older USB audio interface. I'll be using the built-in preamp on there. Thirdly, Sennheiser HD 280 Pro headphones. They're about $100.
You can't get them anymore.
Great set of headphones. I will be using them for both recording and mixing. Next, for a microphone, I'll be using a single microphone for the entire project. This will be the Roswell Pro Audio Mini K47 microphone. Great sounding mic. Just wait till you hear it. And
yeah, fantastic microphone, $350. Handcrafted, handmade.
Also brought a few toys in the room, several guitars, pedal board, amp, and even a cajon to make things fun. And of course, I'll be recording everything in Studio One. So let me tell you about my plan. I'm going to use my song Fighter. I've done a full band EP version. I'm going to do a stripped down acoustic version, but I'm going to produce it pretty heavily. The idea will be start with one track, record something, and then just duplicate that track with the same input and just keep adding and adding and adding.
And adding and adding and adding. And he has done live shows before at like 2 o'clock in the frickin' morning where he decided, you know what, it's time for, I'm in the mood. I got the juices flowing. I want to write myself a song. He's gone live and done this exact same thing live, writing songs.
And just create something and see what happens. I've got a rough plan in my head. We'll see how that pans out.
Bedroom Studio Edition.
Well, you can sing. That's one thing I've got.
Auto-tune really helps. But I'm not going to tell you that.
I would need to put more dormant shoe.
I don't wanna look, don't wanna see what's under the hood. Don't wanna be anything but good, and I can't be. Something's there.
Take care, Vape and Big.
And I act like I don't care. Blissfully unaware. And it's killing me. If life is one big disappointment, then maybe I'm doing this thing right. But if this all points to something bigger, then I'll get back up and fight. I'll get back up and fight.
Sounds amazing, like really sounds.
I want to get up and start singing with him. I mean,
yeah. Oh, no,
to think he did this all in his bedroom with a single microphone, a single laptop. Granted, he's got all the instruments and everything, and he's got Studio One, the pro version of the license, with all the plugins that are included in that. But
still, you know,
talk about talent.
Big fancy record studio. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's absolute talent.
It knocked me down, left me bleeding on the ground, and when no one was around, oh, they laughed at me. But if life is one big disappointment, well, then maybe I'm doing this thing right. But if this all points to something bigger, then I get back up and fight.
Bastard. Smart ass.
I got goosebumps. My wife laughs at me. When I hear music that touches my soul, I get goosebumps. Literally, the hair stands up on the ends of my arm.
Oh, massively. There's always, I think music's good. It always reminds you of a time. You know what I mean? You'll hear a tune and you'll know exactly where and when you were when you heard that tune or what you were doing.
Yup.
Weird, man. Weird. Power of music, mate. Amazing stuff.
Good for the soul.
I like music. Before I used to be like tunnel vision to a certain genre of music. I mean, when I was into punk rock, everything else was crap. Punk rock rules, everything rules. Then I went into heavy metal. Everything else is crap. Heavy metal rules. But now you look back on it and you think, nowadays it was all pretty good.
It was all fantastic.
Yeah. Absolutely brilliant.
Listen, my musical genre and experiences, because the DJ I ended up playing everything. There's certain kinds of music I really don't care for. You know, the heavy rap stuff. Any music that you can't understand the freaking words, I don't get the fucking point of it. Some of that death metal stuff where they're just literally screaming the whole song, I don't get it.
Oh,
I could never get into that.
Nah.
And it took everything I had in me sometimes to finish playing the song to the end, but
you're like, God damn, what's that?
But I'm telling you, back in high school, I learned my first instrument was the clarinet. I learned how to play the clarinet, and that was fantastic until I got to high school. Because in high school, they had a marching band, and it was a brass band, so I wasn't allowed to play the clarinet. So I had to learn a brass instrument.
Brass instrument, yeah.
And I didn't want to do a trumpet, so they gave me a valve trombone to learn. I'm like, okay, I can do this. I can do that with my lips, no big deal. And learning the notes with the valve trombone was so much easier than the slide positions. But I did that the first year, my freshman year. My sophomore year, I was like, well, that was too easy last year, learning the valve trombone. So I did a slide trombone. I played slide trombone. I learned the slide positions. I'm like, I already know the notes. And it's just like, okay, this is cool. My junior year, the instructor for the band came to me and said, listen, there isn't going to be a section leader for sousaphones your senior year, so I want you to learn how to play sousaphone this year.
Oh, Jesus. The pressure.
So my junior year, I played sousaphone in the marching band and was section leader my senior year. And because he learned, he knew that I could pick up musical instruments that easily, he also had me transition that year, not play clarinet, play alto clarinet my junior year for orchestra.
Fucking hell. No pressure. I'll do that. No problem.
No pressure whatsoever. And then my senior year, I still played sousaphone. I was section leader, but I also had to teach freshmen how to play alto clarinet for concert season.
Holy moly. Jesus Christ. My musical journey wasn't that bad. Like,
so
I think we started with,
and that doesn't include singing.
Oh no, could never sing.
I was part of the show choir the whole way through high school.
Yeah, with us school it was recorder, and then you went to violin. Why the fuck they got you to learn violin? Because I thought that was one of the hardest instruments ever to learn, ever. It was just crazy. The chords were easy. It's the bow. It's the bow. You know, you're swinging this bow around. And no. Then it went to guitar at school, but I got bored with that. Then obviously I was into punk. I was into punk or rock then. So then drums appealed to us. So the drums, I managed that for a year, but my problem with the drums, my teacher used to go absolutely nuts with it. I used to braid. No, I didn't just play them. I used to pound them. You know what I mean? These guys, you're too loud. But that was, I banged them. You know what I mean? Like, you know. So, but And then, like I say, it just kind of fizzled out. You know, just lost the interest, I suppose.
That was the same with me. You know, as a junior, I was also, you know, in the show choir, and they sent us to the district choir competition. And those of us that went ended up scoring first place for the district. So they decided they were going to do a new seasonal thing where every year they would pick 2 from each school to form a whole new choir. You would go to a different school first thing in the morning. You would learn the songs that you were going to sing for a concert that night.
Wow.
That was fun. And then the best part was, is like, listen, you did such a fantastic job for this. We want you to audition for the State Fair Youth Choir. I'm like, what the hell is the State Fair Youth Choir?
Oh.
Ohio State Fair is in Columbus every year. And for every year, they have a new choir that they form to go march through the carnival grounds and sing and perform in the rodeo and sing in the rodeo.
Holy moly. Oh, shit.
So I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll try it. So I auditioned and got in and went that summer to the state fair to sing in the choir, the show choir down there.
Holy moly.
And it still brings goosebumps and chills when I think about the fact when we were there the second day, the power went out in the middle of our performance in the rodeo.
Oh, God.
And we just kept singing. We just did what we knew how to do. And we just kept singing. The director kept, you know,
kept going.
After the second day, that song was always sung a cappella with no accompaniment, no music, no nothing.
Wow. There you go, then. That my singing was never great, you know. I've got too low a voice.
I know it sounds good. I don't sound good. Not as good as these guys.
Nah. Awesome, man. Awesome. But like I said, you know, I think, you know, it just makes you wonder how you've got all these talented people that were not famous, you know what I mean, doing what they do. They're just as good, if not better, than some of the stuff you see in this day and age, and they're still sitting down now, and you're like, why? You know what I mean? Why? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think that's why maybe he's Ed Sheeran's probably hit fame so quick. He's just a man and a guitar, you know, he's kept it simple, and you know, people like simple stuff, I suppose, at the end of the day.
People like raw talent.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. Well, I need a dripper to try out this lovely random recipe we made. I'm going to have to pull out the Bushido flip-top dripper, throw some cotton in it, so we can try this jacked up watermelon.
Oh, what's going on there?
We have anybody left watching our show?
We do.
Veered off into music and all kinds of other stuff today.
Well, it's part and parcel of fun, isn't it? I mean, Dusty Country Roads used to play the viola and violin in school, but no more. A Bastard
that would be awesome.
A Bastard has joined us. William Dobson's put a link in there. What's that link to William Dobson? William Dobson's put a video in. One-man band. Well, the one-man bands on the street, they're cool then. One-man band, looping musical instruments, cool. Classic. Brilliant.
We had a barbershop quartet we did for one concert.
You just remind me of a funny video, and that it was based on that kind of thing, like that kind of but it was like an English version, and it was the what was he singing? The fucks I do not give. It was like that. It was fucking brilliant, man. It was like no.
That's almost as good as the Steak and Blowjob barbershop song.
Oh,
we did for my birthday.
Yeah, but it's the You cannot find the fucks I do. I've got no more fucks to give. I got all that shit. It was brilliant, absolute class. But it was done in that kind of style, it was brilliant. There is some talented people out there that just, haven't been spotted, recognised, or whatever, for whatever reason. Or maybe some people don't want it. Like I say, that Oliver Anthony turned down an $8 million record deal. Doesn't want it.
No, because it's more about the message than it is about him becoming successful.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, the last video I uploaded, I didn't create that video to try and become a tech reviewer. I didn't upload that video to become a teacher on YouTube. I uploaded that video to get the vaping message, to break the stupid bubble that we're in. The only people we keep the freaking messaging is like Tahir Turk, who doesn't want to hear what our shit is because he's the only purpose on Twitter is to piss us off.
Yeah, it's true enough.
But then you get the sad reality of is people look at it and go, oh, that's computer content. I don't want to fucking, look at that. I don't want to, forward it or get other people interested in it or whatever they think. They don't follow through with it. So I get, 70 views on a video that has nothing to do with vaping?
That's still not too bad, considering.
With 1,400 subs, I only get 70 views. That'll never break out of any bubble, ever. So other than your personal entertainment when you watched it, and watching me purposely pull that cooler off of the chip wrong, there's like a waste of my time, it feels like.
It does. That's the thing about the YouTube malarkey, it can be soul destroying when you put all that work into doing a video and you get no reward for it, so to speak. It's not as if we're asking for much in return, just asking somebody to watch it. That's it, What can you say?
Shit, that's not half bad.
Okay.
Jackfruit is really funky. It's like a cross between an apple and a pineapple without the sweetness.
Wow. Got you.
Maybe a little bit of, it's not mango. It's not really guava. It's a unique, jackfruit is jackfruit. You can't get away from it. But it blends well with the ingredients in this.
Wow.
I'm curious to see what this is going to taste like tomorrow and what my wife's opinion is of it. The only thing I might do differently in this is I might add a touch of, what the hell is it? Flavor Arts watermelon? Double watermelon? Where is it? Flavora's watermelon. That's good. It's not a sweet. If you don't like sweet juices, this would be right up your alley.
Our chat's kind of froze a bit, but I'm just looking at it on the YouTube. Dusty Country Road is mixed up with peach
there you go.
and cream. Oh, there we go. We're back. Just mix up with peach and cream. Oh, it looks very nice. Like peaches and cream, they go together hand in hand, don't they?
Awesome.
And then obviously Williams said add a bit. Williams add a tiny bit of citrus. It will make the cream pop.
There's no cream in this one. Oh, in his recipe.
Yeah. Oh, Dusty's. I think he's mentioned Dusty's. He's got a bit of citrus. It will make the cream pop.
I think I'd also want to add some sweet strawberry to this. They just use regular strawberry. So it's more of the raw strawberry flavor, not like the candied strawberry or sweet strawberry aspect of it. It's more of like the green, the fleshy aspect. Like if you get a strawberry that's not fully ripened, you get some green strawberries that's still, you know, ripening. It's a very good recipe. I could see somebody selling this commercially. But then it came from Rocky Tooney, so no surprise. That's a really good recipe. Shit. All right. I think it's time for some dad jokes. What do you think?
But like I said, that recipe's also got you thinking as well what you can do to improve it. So
and how I could, you know, bend it this way or bend it that way.
Yeah.
But as a base, that's a fantastic recipe. Just the way it is.
That's a sign. That's a sign of a good base recipe where you can go off in a different direction with a type of thing.
Yeah, or turn a duet into a trio, or trio into a barbershop quartet.
Oh, not working.
The harmonies, they just build on each other. When you get it right,
it hits home, doesn't it? Definitely. Barbershop choir. Jesus Christ. Never heard one of them for ages.
All right.
Daddy jokes, here again.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You see what I mean? He's just not sharing the love here, is he, folks? Just not sharing the love.
I'll start off with the little soul piercing.
Yeah.
Tomorrow hopes that we have learned something from yesterday. Otherwise, what's the fucking point?
On that note, I've got one. You cannot fathom the immensity of the fucks I do not give.
It's crazy. When Miley Cyrus gets naked and licks a hammer, it's called art and music. But when I do it, I'm drunk and have to leave Home Depot.
Art and music? Who the fuck come up with that one? Get the fuck. Art and music, my arse.
Sometimes you got to accept the fact that certain things will never go back to the way they used to be. Remember life before COVID?
Yeah.
And kiss that goodbye.
I remember life before marriage.
I love marriage. I don't ever want to go back to being unmarried.
I do love it, but I still have good memories of a single man. Fantastic times. Because then, you know, you didn't have no commitments, no responsibilities. You were just a young, wild... I did have some wild times as a young man. I can't, you know, not say I didn't, like everybody else, but yeah. Man.
Young, wild, and free. Then again, I had some of those times with my wife, so...
Oh, yes, without a doubt. Yeah, that was before marriage.
Yeah, that's true. It was.
Yeah. Oh, marriage, best thing ever. Best thing ever that's happened to me, mate. Totally agree.
This is how bad things are getting here in the States.
He's doing a 55, take him out.
Speed limit enforced by aircraft. Listen, we spend more than the next freaking 30 countries combined on our military. You got to give them something to do. And let's not forget the ladies out there. Do any of you girls need to get a rug like this, reminding you to turn off your straightener before you leave the house?
Yep.
Here's some parking advice. Many 3-year-olds have trouble staying within the lines. Maybe if you practice coloring this turtle, it will help you with your parking. Little serious note for you. If I call you brother, it's because you've earned my respect.
that one there with parking, I just touched on one that I seen. Somebody actually done this, right? It was actually they actually stuck it. It happened in real life, and it went viral on a YouTube thing. What they put, right, was the next time you park. I'm not quoting exactly. I'm just remembering off the top of my head. Which is the next time you park next to my vehicle, why don't you leave a fucking can opener so I can get my vehicle out? It actually happened. It actually happened. It was brilliant. Yeah. Next time, leave is a tin opener in the UK, but obviously a can opener, so I can get my car out.
Everyone needs that one smart ass, sarcastic dickhead of a friend. I'm glad to be of service.
Of course. Voila. Or as Beetlejuice would say, it's showtime. Anyway.
What do you see in this picture?
The dirty side.
It's just a man sitting in a chair reading a book.
No, it's not. Sorry.
Here's a question for you. Were you ever told, don't sit so close, it's going to ruin your eyes?
Yes, many times. Many times.
Well, we have Thanksgiving right around the corner. So when you don't have enough whipped cream for your pumpkin pie, here's an idea for you.
There you go. I like it. That's my kind of idea.
The older I get, the more I identify with the men in these photos.
I'm him. I'm Al. Out of Married with Children. That is me. I'm like the intro at the beginning when he's just sitting there with his wallet, just handing money out to the kids. And shit. That is me. That is me.
I thought about getting a doll, throw it into my set in the background here for Walter. Listen, when you've eaten as much homework as I have, you learn a few things.
Yeah. I had to think about that one, but yeah, it went.
I picked this one up for Dusty. Halloweeners, black licorice flavored hot dogs. Because he likes that Berg. Vape juice.
Oh, the Berg.
And this one's from my brother-in-law. Women's taste of fall and our taste of fall.
Meat. Hell yeah.
And a bit of positivity for you guys. Be the reason somebody feels welcome, seen, heard, valued, and loved.
Exactly.
And last week, Paul asked me how the hell I was required to read 1984 in high school. This was my English teacher. Saw that somebody was wanting to ban a bunch of books, so she put it on her this year's reading list.
Why not?
I just watched a program about beavers. It was the best damn documentary I've ever seen.
I bet.
And speaking of education, this is the only graph you ever need to learn and need to know because it's already been proven by now in your life. Your trust in government is inversely proportional to your knowledge of history. The more you know history, the less you trust them.
That is 100% true, my friend.
My body is just a filter. Coffee goes in, sarcasm comes out.
Totally agree with that one.
All right. Did you ever do this for your packs? The smokes?
Nah.
That was a big thing here in the States. I never understood why people did that.
I never ever done that, no.
How about you guys in chat? Do you guys ever do this for your cigarettes?
What's the reason behind that?
I have no idea. Mallory said every single time.
Nah,
Why? Why do people do that? The lucky smoke. You save that after sex?
I don't know.
I don't know. Never understood it.
I know there was one thing that we used to do with smokers. We never took the third light.
Here you go.
There was a group here.
Here's some sarcasm for you.
I'm just saying there was a group of us smoking, like where nobody would take the third light.
Huh.
Oh, hello.
And just when you thought toothbrushes couldn't be molested.
That's disgusting. That I'm totally offended. Right, yeah.
Just like this wall plug is offended.
I like that. I love that. What the hell?
Do that with your kids' wall warts for their phones and stuff and their tablets.
Got to do that, like. Oh, there we go. Dad, why you done that? No reason.
And I'm not done offending you yet.
God. What the hell is that man doing?
Well, Halloween's right around the corner, mate.
I know, but still, come on.
I had to leave you with some kind of mental image.
Well, you've scarred me for life with that one, mate. I'm telling you.
I'm sure you would have liked a different mental image, but that would definitely ruin this from being a government show.
Definitely. I think you would have gotten banned straight away.
Jake Scrapwood is 100% right once again. Ronald Reagan said that the most terrifying words are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help you."
Yeah. Right you are, mate. Yeah, remember that? The new old days, the third light trick. Do you know where that come from, the third light? Did you ever know where that come from?
No.
It was an old World War I thing. It was when snipers, that's how you used to target you. You know, when your soldiers used to have a fag. Your first one would like, right, I can see you. Second one, yep. Third one, bang. That's what it was called, third light for.
This is the reason they came up with fucking temperature control. Ugh.
Oh, you're getting a dry hit. You dry hit on him.
The fucking dripper. I got to keep dripping on it.
Yeah. That's why they brung squongers out, my friend. But then again, there's many times I forgot to squonk as well.
Or you over squonked it and it goes all over your hand.
Yeah, but you see, look, this is it.
That's when Kenny's wife walks up and says, "Oh, are you really that happy to see me?"
Yeah, this is what you do. You drip like so, and then you drip, and then you vape. Holy shit! This fucking hoist some shit out this front, like Jesus. Now I know why the Kennedys were so popular. My God.
This nunchaku freaking dripper is fantastic, especially on the squonk. Wow.
Oh. Round wire rules, my friend. Round wire rules.
Listen, you're not going to believe this, but I'm all out of content. We covered everything there is to cover today.
That's fucking Dave. We've been very.
We spent an hour on the news.
Up shit.
We did our random recipe. We did our adult flavor beverage that I still have half of it left.
That I'm just topping up here nicely. Oh, look at that! I just love watching that. It's very therapeutic. Anyway,
I'll put that back in front of the camera.
Yeah.
All we need now is some ASMR sounds to go along with it.
Yeah, just look at how that's just starting to change its color, and just oh my God! It's just very therapeutic to watch. It's a bit of a bummer, like when you get in a pub and you order one, you're dying for a drink, and you got to wait for it to settle. I need a drink now. But it's worth the wait. Definitely worth the wait. Just time. It ends up all like that. Absolutely tremendous. Love it.
While you're waiting for yours.
I don't mind. I don't mind when it's like that old saying I always stand by. Good things come to those who wait, and I'm a firm believer in that.
Then why do you have such a hard time mixing your own recipes for vaping?
Because that good thing hasn't come yet. Like I say, it's to them who wait. That's the line. I'm still waiting.
Of course you are.
I'm just an observant guy. You know what it is, mate? Be honest with you, time is the big thing that's against me at the moment. And honestly, it's hectic. My life is hectic. Trust us.
Believe me, I totally know what you're saying. The escape I've got sitting in the yard now, I need to put in the driveway because the transmission pump is rusted through. So when you start the car up, it sprays tranny fluid under the tire.
Holy
because
shit.
Ford never bothered to paint the frickin' pump on the transmission. Cast iron, rusted right through. $100 part, but it's going to take me full 3 days, sun up to sundown, to change it out. Because you got to drop the motor so it clears the fender well. So I've been putting that off and putting that off. But I don't have a freaking choice now because now with them taking and basically chasing us off the campground, I got to bring the camper home and put it in the yard where the car is now.
Wow.
So I got to fix the escape. I need to get the camper home and set that up into the yard and winterize it. And in addition to that, I still got to finish these freaking reviews.
Wow.
I've got this Robo disposable. I've got this Peak Bar disposable. And these iPlays. I've still got 4 flavors left to test. I'm at the point now where I'm just going to review them. And it's not going to be as long as I normally would like it to be.
So what are you going to do with regards to camper? Are you going to look for another site somewhere, or?
We are. Matter of fact, next Sunday we're going up to take a look at one that's in Cook's Forest, and the price is right. The only thing that sucks is it's not a full hookup, so we're going to have to haul our sewage to the dump when the tank, needs emptied. But they supposedly have a really nice bathhouse, so I don't even need to use the facilities in the toilet unless it's like midnight or something. Middle of the night, you got to go take a leak or something.
That's kind of that's kind of the norm here in the UK, especially if you're touring caravans. You've got your chemical loo, and in the morning you go and empty it down the fucking solution bullshit and all that. But I mean,
yeah,
it's a small sacrifice. It's only to cover you overnight, isn't it? You got to get up in the middle of the night.
It's a small sacrifice because this new place is $200 a year less than the other place was.
Right, there you go.
So, and it actually puts us in the heart of where we like to be, Allegheny National Forest. It's like, a mile and a half down the road. And the restaurant we like to go eat at is right there.
Hang on. In the National Forest, you could save half your sewage by you being a man. You can go and pee up a fucking tree. Hello.
But you can't park a caravan in the National Forest. You have to be outside it.
Run. I get you. I'm just pulling your leg.
I know, mate. That was just a frustration we did not want to deal with, and we were planned on going camping last weekend, but we decided it would probably be better for us and our wallets not to go up there because we would have laid into these owners of this new campground. We went from there's like 70-some lots on this campsite, all right? And over 60 of them are seasonal campers, permanent, set up. Our neighbor on the lot next to us has been there for 10 years.
Wow. He's just got to bugger off.
They're cutting the seasonal lots down to 18 because they want to cater to traveling campers.
Nah. It doesn't work, man.
Honestly, we talked about it in great length, and we decided, you know what?
But That's what I'm saying. They've not got no facilities. Cause like a lot of we've got what they call static campsites, with the big 30-foot caravans permanently set up. But they've also got an area for touring vans. They've got areas for tents. Got areas for little campers. Like guys that come up on the motorcycles out all day.
There was like 30 sites that were still open and used for oil willers, oil drillers, and like natural gas drillers. When they're working in an area, they'll do like a monthly contract to stay there while they drill the well, and then they bail. And then for traveling, people that want to stop at a place overnight or something, there was like 30 sites, and they were always empty. Maybe 5 or 6 of them would, be filled, or, like Memorial Day weekend, the campground's always sold out, right? 4th of July weekend, it's always sold out. Labor Day weekend, it's always sold out. But the rest of the time, they're always empty. So having a seasonal there is just better financial sense. They didn't want it.
That's what I'm saying, because a lot of campers and tourisms and campers, it's a seasonal thing. People go camping in the summer. They don't sit there in the fucking winter. It's empty, isn't it? You know what I mean? Weird, man. Strange business model. That's all I'm going to say on that one. Strange business model.
So they legit, more than doubled the price of the lot rent. It went from $1,400 to $3,000, and only the first 18 people that decide to cough up $3,000 can stay there. Everybody else has to move.
Fuck that shite. They can keep that $3,000. I'd have been away now. Shite with that.
That's what we said. That's why we didn't even go up. And that's why we went to spend the weekend with my mother instead. Went to Cleveland.
Awesome.
Spent some time with her.
I need to pee. Is a moment.
No worries. All right. So what do you guys think? What else should we have on the show next week? We've got the Helheim 530 RDTA we're going to put on there. What do you want that paired up with? I have to see what mods I even have left, still sealed in the package. I really love these heavier mods like this G-Priv. It's got some decent weight to it. And there goes his smoke alarm again. Holy cow. East Palestine, Ohio. I haven't heard much about the train derailment. I haven't either. Let's see what Google has to say about it. Nick was up this way. The one vape shop him and Andy Tooney go to is that about thereabouts. That was already back in February. Holy cow. Man, does time fly. February 3rd is when that train derailed. Mallory's having meatloaf for dinner. I think I need to get some of that and make that for tomorrow when my daughter's here. My wife's not a fan of meatloaf. Six months after the train derailment. Wow, what a mess.
Good again.
We heard.
Yes, you could tell when I've been for a pee, the smoke alarms go off.
Mallory said your meatloaf is done.
Ooh, what's that?
She said that it's now charcoal. Your meatloaf.
Okay.
No, she was asking about the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. It's about an hour away from here.
Holy shit.
Hour and a half.
Crazy, man. Tell you what it is, we just had a tremendous storm. I don't know if you can kind of see it. Hang on. We had like a canny storm the other day. It was like it was more heavy rain than anything else. I'm just saying back in there. It mightn't be great compared to what you guys get.
Holy crap!
That's when I was at work in the van. I got caught in that, right? And then I thought, I'm gonna have some fun. So I seen a bunch of people standing down the road type of thing. So what I did, hang on. Right. Are you ready for this? What I did here, I drove through that. Way! I sent a wall of water all over them people. Yeah, we had just a downpour. And obviously our sewers just did not cope with it. It was as simple as that. It was just absolute crazy. It was just because where we are in Gateshead, we live on a hill. Everything's on a hill. So when you've got rain, it just whoosh. And on that street, there was houses at the bottom of the street and they were 2 foot deep in water. It was just crazy. Absolutely crazy. But we're Indian summertime. Like I say, the extreme temperatures we had is over. So we're back to rain again now.
Kingston upon Hull, north or south for you?
Way north.
Way north from there.
Keep
Middlesbrough?
Newcastle. Look for Newcastle.
Well, that's Ireland there.
Too much. Back down.
Sunderland, Middlesbrough.
Yeah, Sunderland's more closer. North. Right, go further up. Newcastle.
Newcastle. That's you.
Yeah, that's pretty much where we are on about.
All the rain south of you now.
Yep. But wow, did it not all come down? Boom. That's where I am, sir. Northeast coast of the UK. Not far from Bonnie, Scotland.
Yeah, Edinburgh and Glasgow is not that far away from you.
And if you go like directly to your left where you've got Carlisle, that's where the Lake Districts are. So we've got all the lakes over there. Fantastic. We're quite lucky where we are because obviously Newcastle will need the northeast coast. We've got the seaside, the coast, and then we'll go west. We've got the Lake Districts with all the forests and all that shit. So we're pretty lucky where we are. Absolutely really lucky where we are.
There's me just northeast of Pittsburgh. Camp is up here near Clarion.
All right.
And right along here. There's the airport. There's the airport. There's a camp where we were at.
Looks fab. Nice woodland.
And then there's the National Forest.
Holy shit, that's big.
Yeah, because this is New York. The Allegheny National Forest is in Pennsylvania and New York.
And New York. Jesus Christ, that's massive.
Yeah. And we're looking to camp down here at Cooks Forest State Park.
Oh, that's all right. No?
It's about a 2-hour drive into Cooksburg.
Looks nice,
and we spent the weekend here in Cleveland. And there's Brick City Vapors.
At the store you visit, yeah?
Yeah. And I legit grew up right here.
Holy moly, yeah.
Wrong road. There's the road. That's where I was originally from.
Holy moly. See, just a good old country boy, yeah?
Yeah, it was country back then. Now it's all developed. All these housing plans are all new.
Wouldn't surprise us. Everything's gone now. I mean, UQ got like to protect the green belt, so to speak, but they never win. They're going to build houses. They will fucking build houses.
Like these roads here were here when my dad built the house, but none of these were here. This is all brand new developments, new roads, new houses, townhouses, all kinds of stuff.
Ah, right. Wow.
And that's where I learned how to fly. Aviation Explorers post. That was the other thing I did in high school.
Have you got a pilot's license, or did you not just
I never got it.
Or?
I had almost 40 hours of time in the aircraft, but I never followed through because I couldn't afford it after I got out. I went into the Navy, was in the Naval Reserves. That's what got me to Pennsylvania in the first place, was going to Penn State, New Kensington here. And when I moved here and was going to school, and then my dad passed away, so we had to go and bury him, which screwed my school up because I had summer classes scheduled. When he passed away, we went to Hungary to bury him where he was originally from. By the time I came back, the semester was over. They gave me all Fs. I had to apply for a retroactive withdrawal, which they granted because of the circumstances. But the problem was the Navy already paid for my summer classes. They weren't going to pay for the same classes twice. And I didn't have the money to cough up to retake those classes in the fall. They would have deferred my time, but long story short.
Yeah.
I didn't complete my education then. I had to go to work full time. I met my first wife here working for the volunteer ambulance service. I did evening shifts there, did chrome plating, worked at Kogo's when I was in school. Ended up working at the chrome plating shop for 4 or 5 years. You know, the garden sprayers you have attached to the end of your hose out in your garden? You know how they're chrome plated? They're just a zinc alloy cast piece, and we chrome plate them before they assemble them with the handles.
Yeah, wow. It's good. It's an interesting process, isn't it? The chrome plating.
Yeah, Mallory's right. Grove City has some nice outlet malls.
Wow.
But the United States is massive.
Oh, it's ginormous, isn't it, man? Huge. I mean, the UK, it's not big, but it's big enough. I mean, I think from where I am, say, to go to London, to drive would be about 3 to 4 hours.
It's 2.5 hours just on the turnpike. So it's basically a 3-hour trip for me to go to the home where I grew up at in Cleveland.
Yeah.
It's a 3-hour drive from here to here.
From where I was born, it's a 20-minute drive, if that.
To go to Tennessee, I went for my honeymoon, Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. Smoky Mountains is right here. This is the national park, Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This is a 12-hour drive, 10 hours if you go straight through.
Wow. Still a long way, though, isn't it?
And we'd like to go down to New Orleans.
New Orleans, wow.
Like Florida is an 18-hour drive, 20 hours depending on traffic and construction, who knows what else.
Yeah, but I mean, if you use, say, public transport, like a train or something, or maybe fly, it's going to be out, is it? You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, you could do that.
Easy.
But then you got the cost of renting a car and hotel rooms, all this other stuff.
Oh, there's all that kind of stuff on top. I mean, I think train, if you jump, say it's about 3.5 hour
4-hour drive to London. If you jump on a train, it's about 2 hours on a train because obviously it's just straight down, isn't it? You know what I mean?
One of the most adventurous and the funnest things that we ever did was we had friends of ours that moved to Amarillo, Texas. Okay.
This is the way to Amarillo. Every night I got
That was a fun drive. They rented one of those big 40-foot long box vans.
Oh, wow.
And they loaded up all the contents of their house. She was a nurse, got a job down there, and moved down there because of her mother needing the warmer, drier temperatures instead of, the seasonal stuff we get here, the rain and snow. And that was a fun drive.
Bet it was. Jesus. That was a
2
long
days,
fucking way, mate.
taking turns, nonstop driving.
Holy shit.
Because obviously you got to stop
Wow.
at least 3 times a day between fuel and, eating and taking a piss and walking,
Yeah,
stretching your
definitely,
legs
yeah.
for a little while. That was a fun drive. And the
See, no
ironic
need to
thing
drive
is,
out.
the guy I did it with,
Go ahead.
he had a relative, an uncle that lived up in Denver. So after we got done dropping her off, we went to visit his uncle. And that's
Denver.
wild.
Wow.
Because you got mountains and stuff right through here, the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
So he lived in town, which is in the flats, and looking out his sliding glass door window, you could see the mountains and snow caps on the top. America is a massive country.
Oh, it's ginormous.
And Nick's clear here on the West Coast. Nick Green. He flew into Pittsburgh for his meetup with his patrons. And there was a vape shop that they go to here in the Panhandle. Somewhere around this way. Steubenville, Wheeling, West Virginia.
It just makes you wonder how you, like you say, I mean, obviously the UK or Little Island, I kind of know my way around how to get to wherever. In America, that must be some task. Like, oh, I know how to get there. Right, oh, it's about 5 days drive. What?
Your whole country is about the same size as the state that I live in.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks like it's smaller.
Tiny. Probably would.
If you took Pennsylvania, turned it 90 degrees, it would overlap United Kingdom, excluding Ireland and Scotland.
Yeah. Just go to show we are just a tiny little island, matey. We're just a lovely little tiny island we are. What a show we are.
And my parents, my mother is from Budapest. Beautiful freaking city. Budapest. Beautiful city. If you ever go into Europe and want to travel. Oh,
yeah.
Food is fantastic.
Nice part of the world.
Yep. And ironically enough, my mom's father lived his adult life in Sydney.
Sydney, Australia. Jesus. See, I like the looks of Australia, but like I said to Paul last week, there's too many things out there that can fucking kill you. That's what puts me off.
We watch a show on Netflix from Australia. You know how the United States have ice road truckers and stuff?
Ice road truckers, yeah.
They have a show in Australia that's the same basic theme, right?
Outback truckers. I think
Outback truckers.
Yeah, wow.
And they legit, drive from Sydney to Canberra, and they'll drive all the way across Adelaide, and then go all the way over here. I mean,
yeah,
I can't imagine the drives that they have to do because this is nothing but a desert in the middle.
That's right, yeah. And some of the roads aren't the best either for carrying, such
clay roads, flooded out.
But then again,
that ice road truckers, that puts the jeebies up me. What, you know, you're driving over a frozen lake, you know, and you've just got to hit that thin bit of ice and you're fucked. That to me is scary. I was watching it once, man. They were going, oh, this fucking, it was starting. I think it was the summer was coming. The warmer weather was coming. And some of the lakes were melting, but they were still going over. And they're driving with the door open, ready to fucking jump. It's like, fuck that. No way. Nah. I think sometimes it's bad enough just driving on a normal tarmac road and with a bloody lake. Christ, balls with that. Like, no.
I bet it won't work.
No.
I want to bring it up. See if it try it.
If we get the submarine into our ship, what do we have?
Where is it?
A submarine ship. That's what you get.
I want to see if it's on the list. I don't know if you've ever seen this show or not. Maybe they don't have it anymore.
So on Netflix, like, yeah?
Yeah, that's what's available to us right now on Netflix. Huh. Maybe it's not.
Key question was radiation.
Nope, not available anymore.
Oh, bummer.
It was a fantastic show.
I think it's still, like, I think we kind of get the replays of, like, you know, old series is what you guys have had, you know, like all that old stuff, like Ice Road Truckers and stuff. It's probably old stuff that you used to see like 10 years ago, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Outback Truckers.
Look at that. The road train, and that's what the roads look like.
Yeah. I remember watching those guy, he had like fucking 5 trailers on the back of his. It was massive road train, and he had about 3,000 miles to drive with this thing. It was fucking phenomenal. And you're thinking, where did they get the fuel? I mean, you know, you can't, in the middle of the desert, you know, you run out of fuel, you're fucked, aren't you? You know what I mean? It's like, how much fuel?
I watched this guy get his tractor trailer stuck in a mud bog to the point where they had to go get a road grader and they had to go get excavation diggers to dig out his truck, to dig away all that mud. And they got the road grader stuck. So they had to go into town to get a loader to get the grader unstuck.
Oh, holy moly, man. But that went down well. Yeah, Outback Truckers, man. Brilliant program.
Loved it.
Awesome program. I used to like that Ice Road. But I used to like that one. There's another one. It was the what was it called again? They were like the rescuers, the ones that towed people out that got stuck in that, and that was like in Canada. What the hell was that one called again? Wow, that was a job and a half. Holy moly, imagine getting out like 3 o'clock in the morning, minus 20 degrees, blizzards, trying to tow
Highway Through Hell. You remember that one?
That. Yeah. These recovery guys, the machinery they had was brilliant, like, but fuck the weather they had to deal with. Jesus Christ, bollocks for that. Wow.
Yep.
That's right. The big heavy duty recovery specialists that obviously become
Jamie Davis towing.
Vehicles. Yeah, man. Wow. They did
one in Canada, in Toronto, doing it in the city.
I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of what it was somewhere like that where they're out.
This one was in Alberta.
Weather. It was winter. It was like extreme winter weather. They were out in the winter weather, and you like blizzards and everything. They're going out to pull these trucks out that's come off the road and everything. I can't think of the fucking name. Foreign guys now. Might have been, was it Canada? Might have been the Canada one. Possibility.
Yep.
Wow.
Fantastic show. I loved watching that. And then, like I said, there was another one that came out that was a sister show to this one that didn't get as popular. This one, the Highway Through Hell, was on Discovery, but this other show was in Toronto.
That's got too much nick in that.
What was that one called?
That's gone so strong.
Heavy Rescue 401. That's what it was.
Rescue 401.
Yeah, they only did 7 seasons. That's not available, is it?
Stuff, you know how to get this shit out, like. Excuse me. Sorry, don't come.
Nope.
Where's me little fella at? There he is.
Well, getting to know Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vape and Heed. That wraps up that segment.
The things you do, mate. The things you do. Oh, this is just another good. Honestly, you need to pop open your V3 of this, mate. Now, just have a play with it, if anything. Oh my god.
We'll do the Helheim next week, the 530 RDTA next week, and then I'll pull out the Aromizer plus V3, and I'll pull out all the other Steam Crave stuff I have, and we'll compare the V2 to V3.
I love Steam Crave. Always have. Absolutely fantastic stuff.
Oh, I do too. But you have to fiddle with the wicking sometimes, and sometimes you can get one that'll last you a month before you have to clean the coils and rewick it, and other times you get a week out of it.
I've got the original, very first Steam Crave Aromizer boxed. The very first one that came out. I've still got it. I'll not use it. It's there. It's antique. It's a relic. It's still in the box, untouched. I had 2. And I used one of them, and a guy got in touch with us. He says, "I'll buy that off you," and he offered us a price that I kind of couldn't refuse. So I sold my other one, and I kept that one.
Put the music back on.
Yeah. That would be all right. We've been playing a bit of music tonight anyway, so we haven't been doing too bad anyway. So
it's pretty bad. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 6 songs played today.
Exactly. Can't be too bad, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes you get deep into conversation, you just forget about these things. You know what I mean?
I do. I feel bad because this monster sub-ohm tank. I mean, the flavor is fantastic on it. I really like it, but I'm going to be done with coils after this. And as is typical for back in the day, especially with the smock coils, I can't get a full week out of a coil.
No, not in them days. You didn't.
Nope.
Look if you got 2 or 3. Just
look at that. That's disgusting.
Yeah, they just burned
black
out straight away. That was the big flaw with the, that's why everybody they said the smoke tanks would get crap and all that. It wasn't the tanks with the coils that were terrible. Early days, they were awful coils. Brilliant.
But why is it that the one that came in the frickin' kit, when you open the tank, lasted you 10, 15 days?
Yeah.
You bought a 5-pack of replacement coils, you pop them in, you might get 3 days out of it.
Yeah. That was the lure to get you in, wasn't it? Oh, these are good, last forever. By the aftermarket, pretty hell is your shit. Smoke were prone for that, the way they burnt out or they leaked like fuck. One or the other.
I've had that happen before. They're just sitting on the desk. I wasn't even using it. Two of them side by side. Opened the exact same day because I recorded the video on it when I got them. It was their 10th anniversary. And they're both sitting there side by side. I come in the one day, the one is completely empty, puked its guts out. All the fluids laying on the mod and the table. And the other one's still perfectly fine. And it lasted me another 2 weeks.
I mean, they've come a long way since then. I mean, the stuff has improved greatly. I mean, again, that Jews, like, they've improved.
Did you happen to watch that movie that Paul had mentioned last week, The Insiders?
No, that's the trouble. I think it's just trying to find it.
I watched it on Amazon, on Prime Video.
Oh, it's on Prime, is it? That's kind of like...
I had to buy it, but it was available to watch on Amazon.
I wouldn't pay for it. Fuck that.
Oh, it was only like $5 to buy it. They wanted $3 to rent it. I'm like, for $5, I'm just going to buy it. I'll probably watch it again.
That's what pisses me off Amazon. You're paying fucking a monthly subscription to watch some movies, and then you've still got to pay for movies. Fuck that. I'm not paying buying stuff.
Well, I did that with all the John Wayne movies because I've watched them dozens of times. Rio Bravo, Rio Lobo.
I'm like that with
Cahill.
I love the Laurel and Hardy movies. Fucking brilliant. Have you ever seen We Out West, Laurel and Hardy? You ever seen We Out West? Laurel and Hardy.
Yep.
That is a classic. That's an all-time classic. That. It's probably one of my favourite all-time movies. That brilliant.
That was fantastic. It wasn't quite as good as I was hoping it was going to be, but I mean, look at the actors that were in there. Robert De Niro, I freaking love him in movies.
De Niro's a good actor, yeah. Al Pacino is a good actor.
Robert De Niro in this movie was basically the producer for the 60 Minutes, right? And this guy was the chemist working for the tobacco industry and knew that they were using shit that was making people sick, getting people addicted faster and more addicted to cigarettes and nicotine. And they basically fired his ass and said, here's your severance pay. Have a nice fucking day. Keep your mouth shut. And he's like, well, what am I going to do? You know, I've worked for Big Tobacco all this time and I made all this money and lived a comfortable life. I got a freaking mortgage I got to keep paying for. And now you're just letting me go? It was good.
I'll have to check it out. Like I say, I've looked for like on some of the normal stuff, but I didn't realize. I didn't think I would pay to watch it. Like I think I'd probably just hunt it up, see if there's a freebie about.
If I was not a vape advocate or an ex-smoker, I wouldn't have spent the $5 to watch it. But because of what I do, it was something that, you know, I chose to watch, and I'm glad I did.
I'll definitely check it out eventually. Stuff like that's very, it's like real, it's stuff, It gets the old grey matter ticking, doesn't it?
That Falling Down movie you told me about, that was, I think, a little bit better entertainment-wise.
That was brilliant. I love that film, me. Average guy, going to work, stuck in a traffic jam and just snaps. Just goes, doesn't he? He's fucking brilliant, man.
There's your favorite
I want
scene.
a burger like that. Yeah,
I want a whammy
like
burger.
Not like
this doesn't look anything like that.
It does. It's pissed off in it. Absolutely brilliant film.
Why is this road closed? Why is this road closed? What are you doing over there?
Yeah. He just loses it, doesn't he? Just totally fucking loses it.
And he literally walks through town.
Absolutely brilliant. I mean, look at him there. He's only a young boy there and all, isn't he? Nah, he said, that's it. I'm done. Shame it is. Absolutely awesome film. Brilliant film. Absolutely.
Thanks for
loved it.
turning me on to that one. That was one I haven't seen. Have you ever watched Office Space?
No, I haven't.
Oh, man. That one is kind of along the same lines.
So
Hold on. We got to do this.
Somebody just can't. Fuck it. I've had enough.
Yes. Excuse me. Have you seen my stapler? There you go. Oh, sorry. I gotta put it on there so everybody else gets to see it too. Ready?
There we go.
Hello, Peter. What's happening? We have sort of a problem here. Yeah, you apparently didn't put one of the new cover sheets on your TPS reports.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry about that. I forgot.
Yeah. You see, we're putting the cover sheets on all TPS reports now before they go out. Did you see the memo about this?
Yeah. Yeah, I have the memo right here. I just forgot. But it's not shipping out till tomorrow, so there's no problem.
Yeah. If you could just go ahead and make sure you do that from now on, that would be great. And I'll go ahead and make sure you get another copy of that memo. Okay?
Yeah, no, I have the memo. I've got it. It's ready.
So what ends up happening is this guy, he's taking all this shit, right? He's sitting in the movie opens up with him driving to work and it's stop and go fucking traffic, right? And it's never he's driving down the road. He's in the lane. That's stop and go traffic. But the lane next to him is starting to move. So he cuts over into the lane next to him that was moving. And now all of a sudden it's stop and go traffic. And the lane he was in is freaking moving.
It starts moving it.
He gets to work. He gets this shit about not doing this TPS report bullshit. He's like, I don't know what the fuck you're doing. So anyway, him and his wife go to see a hypnotherapist who has a freaking heart attack in the middle of being hypnotized. So he's hypnotized, and the hypnotist basically told him, oh, don't worry about anything. Everything will be fine. So that's exactly what he does. He just doesn't give a shit anymore about anything. He goes fishing, and he brings a fish in, and he cleans it out on these fucking TPS reports on his desk.
Oh, Jesus.
Meanwhile, his buddies are also, pissed off at the place. It's a computer programming thing. They're getting everything ready, the computers for Y2K. And like the fax machine keeps eating the papers and doesn't actually fax anything. The paper gets stuck in there and they're trying to yank it out. So they end up coming up with this plan that they're going to just take the rounding of the dollars and cents for the financial transactions and take that and round everything down, and whatever the fraction of a cent was is going to get deposited into a brand new account. Except the problem was they didn't realize how many financial transactions take place at the companies that this company worked for. So they ended up getting millions of dollars all of a sudden in this account. They're going, holy shit, we're going to fucking jail. Oh, it's fucking hilarious.
Good old embezzlement, eh?
And then this guy is working next to him. This is the guy with the stapler.
Hi. Could you turn that down just a little bit?
But I was told that I could listen to the radio at a reasonable volume from 9 to 11.
Yeah, no, I know you're allowed to. I was just thinking maybe like a, personal favor.
Well, I told Bill that if Sandra's going to listen to her headphones.
Meanwhile, this guy was fired from the company and never quit showing up for work.
Still came in.
So he still come in because payroll never got the message that he was fired because they keep getting a time card. So they kept paying him. And once they figured out that, that they don't need to fire him because he's already been fired, what'd they do to fix the situation? Well, they just stopped giving him his paycheck.
Yeah, the poor bugger still comes in.
And here comes another manager that's telling him, hey, man, you didn't do your TPS reports. You better do your TPS reports. He's like, well, the other guy was already here and told me about it.
Classic. Brilliant.
Jennifer Aniston is in this movie, and she's working as a waitress in a restaurant, like Fridays, TGI Fridays or something.
Yeah.
And he wants to ask her out. So he ends up asking her out after he got hypnotized and didn't give two fucks about anything. Asked her out to go hang out at his apartment to watch kung fu movies.
Sounds good.
It's funny. It's kind of dry humor, but it's it's entertaining.
It's fantastic. Of course it is. That's what you want, man. Fantastic stuff. Oh god, movies, man. Honestly, well,
I used to watch a shit ton of movies back when I was younger. Had all this free time.
Oh, yeah, I just very rarely get time to watch out now, man. If anything, when I watched, I think the last decent movie I watched was All Quiet on the Western Front, war movie. A really good film, that fantastic film. Proper,
I love war movies.
It brings home what it was all about, type of thing. You know what I mean? Young kids going off to war, thought they were going to be brilliant, and thought they were going to be heroes, and then the reality kicked in when they're just getting killed left, right, and centre. It was a fantastic film, absolutely brilliant film.
Here's a movie I think you might like. It's called Dog.
Dog. Ooh.
Dog. It's a road trip comedy movie where a former Army Ranger has to take a Army dog to a funeral.
What? Okay. The plot thickens.
Yeah. This dog is vicious because he's obviously PTSD, traumatic dog from the war. Bites everybody except for certain people. They're his best friend. It's an actual adventure. It's a really good movie.
Dog, I have to think about
It's
that.
no Turner and Hooch, but
Turner and Hooch, man. Jesus Christ almighty. That dog was so adorable. It slapping all over. It was just so adorable. I like some of the old, the classic films as well. I don't know if you've seen in America, but there were UK ones, like 633 Squadron. That was a fantastic war film. Bomb stuff. Brilliant. Kelly's Heroes. That was good.
oh, I love Kelly's Heroes.
Malice.
Hamburger Hill.
Wow. Good old movie films. Guns of Navarone. Wow, that was a good one.
I like Guns of Navarone.
There you go. That's
Onzio. You remember Onzio?
Onzio, wow. Unbelievable. Bridge over the River Kwai. That's a fucking classic.
Oh, I love that movie.
Bridge over the River fucking Kwai, man.
That's a bunch of British soldiers there.
That was a classic film. Wow.
That was a Magnum PI. You remember watching Magnum PI with Tom Selleck, and they had the Bridge over River Kwai model in that show.
Wow, yeah, that was fantastic.
Stalag 17.
Stalag 17, Jesus. Whoa. Now you're talking. But honestly,
I'm telling you, man, I watched all the classics.
I'm just going off my dad. Me dad liked westerns and war movies, and I used to sit through. Like I say, I've seen a lot of John Wayne stuff, True Grit, and all that stuff. The Alamo,
Bondo.
Not even so much westerns. Was it Seven Brides with Seven Brothers? Was he in that one? That was another brilliant film. Things that grew up kind of watching with me dad, like that kind of thing. He still does. He likes his westerns.
Sons of Katie Elder.
Yeah, man. Oh God, he's just kind of grew up because he used to always just watch that kind of stuff, especially like say westerns. He loves his cowboy films. Jesus Christ.
McClintock.
Oh. Who was that? I'm trying to think of the one he likes, but I can't think of his name. He's an old one. Because we used to see he was a puff to wind him up. He said he wasn't a puff, he was a man's man. I can't think of the name of him. Was it Randall Scott?
No, I know who you're talking about. The fuck was his name?
Oh, God, it's on the tip of my tongue and all. I can't think of it. We used to wind him up, saying he's not a cowboy, he's a poop dad. And he's a man's man. He is. I used to wind him up. I can't think of the bloody name, but I can see his face. The name is just escaping us. That's how far he went back. But I like watching all the old, actors that are probably not around. I mean, like the Gregory Peck, To Kill a Mockingbird. I love that. Honestly, that film was fantastic, that film.
It was good, but I couldn't get into that one. I don't know why.
It was one of them ones where you had to sit and watch. If you went up and had a cup of tea and you missed a bit, you were knackered. You lost it. You know what I mean? You had to sit and watch it. But Gregory Peck, and then obviously, last night's that, what do you call it, one? The Christmas, The Wonderful Life. Oh, she loves that.
Oh, The Wonderful Life. Yeah, I watched that as a kid growing up.
Christ almighty.
The only thing I watched more than that growing up as a kid was The Sound of Music.
Sound of Music. Oh.
Julie Andrews.
Hills are alive with the sound of music.
Yeah.
We used to get bombarded with the fucking Wizard of Oz. I used to always be on.
Oh yeah, I watched that plenty as a kid too.
Holy shit, we used to get sick of that. Used to look at Christmas, like what's the Christmas movies? Oh look, Wizard of Oz. It was on every fucking year.
For my kids, Grumpy Old Men was the Christmas movie. We'd always have to watch it when I'm putting the tree up.
Grumpy Old Men, jeez. I used to like watching what was it? It was what do you call him? Was it, man? Richard
Die Hard, classic.
Oh, the Christmas one with Richard Attenborough. Was that Santa? No, it wasn't Santa Claus. What was he in?
Richard Attenborough did Christmas movie.
Yeah.
I just thought he narrated documentary stuff, nature films.
No, the actor, man, out of Jurassic Park, man. What do you call it? It is Richard Attenborough, isn't it? Richard. Oh shit, his fucking name, man.
How about Waltons? You ever watch the Waltons? Or is that just a United States thing?
Yeah, well,
I watched that plenty growing up as a kid.
Good night, Granddad. We did a joke with him. I was like,
Andy Griffith.
We used to do a joke about that. And we used to go, good night, Granddad. Good night, Dad. Shut up, you cunt. I'm on 6 till 2.
That's what I used to put my kids to sleep, was Andy Griffith.
Yeah. I'll tell you one that we used to watch, Highway to Heaven. Remember that one? That was like him out of there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The one, oh God, that was always the tearjerker. I wanted Highway to Heaven.
Oh, Little House on the Prairie.
Little House on the Prairie, that was it, yeah.
Michael Landon was in that one too.
That's right, Michael Landon, that was in. Jesus Christ, man. Some of the stuff you used to watch, man, fantastic. Good old fashioned telly, man. Telly was entertaining.
Hell is for Heroes.
Hell is for Heroes.
John Wayne was in The Longest Day.
That's what I was thinking of. Miracle on 34th Street. Thank you for that, William Dobson. That was the one I was thinking of. It is Richard Attenborough, isn't it? Because there's a David Attenborough. I was a David Attenborough, not Richard Attenborough. I could be wrong. Richard Attenborough.
Dukes of Hazzard.
Dukes of Hazzard, man. Yeah.
Man, they pooch screwed the movie for that.
Oh, the balls at him, didn't they?
You can't replace the Daisy Dukes.
Nah. I'll tell you, it's like watching that one just popped right in my head. Starsky and Hutch.
Oh, I loved watching Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky
I was a
and
teenager.
Hutch. That car, man, was mint. One of the Ford. Was it a Ford Torino? The car they used? Ford Torino. Awesome. Michael, was it David Soul? Was it Michael Glazier? Michael Glazier, David Soul? No, David Soul was the blonde one. Was it Michael Glazier? It would look like he was cockeyed. A white man with an afro. Was it Michael Glazier? Something like that.
That was another one they ruined with the movie.
Yeah. I didn't know, I think fucking Snoop Dogg played Huggy Bear kind of good, like.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
He's just born for that, wasn't he?
Starsky and Hutch. Shit.
Chips now, California Highway Patrol, Chips.
Yep, I watched plenty of Chips growing up. All 7 seasons of that. How about Columbo?
Ah, Columbo was classic, man. Brilliant, Columbo. What was the other one? Kojak. I used to love Telly Savalas.
Kojak, Telly Savalas and Kojak.
Oh, that was class, that. Oh, the lollipops. Who loves you, baby?
I loved watching Magnum PI because of the helicopter. When he was flying that helicopter around, beach hoppers, island hoppers.
I'll tell you what, I watched, but I wasn't a fan of it. Like Miami Vice, I was kind of on the fence with that one.
Yeah, I couldn't get into that when I was a kid. Yeah. I watched it again when it was on reruns when I was out of the house.
Yeah, it was a.
I couldn't relate to the lifestyle.
Yeah.
Florida drug lifestyle.
Yeah, it was hitty missy.
As far as the series goes that I think you'd really enjoy, where the hell is it? It's a drug-based show. Oh, where the fuck? I'm gonna find it.
You are determined to find it. You will find it.
What Women Want. That was a good movie. That's not what I'm looking for. Queen of the South. Do you ever hear Queen of the South?
It rings a bell.
This girl's in Mexico. Her name's Teresa, okay? And she grew up all around the drug trafficking that was going on. And she was a money counter for them. And then ended up becoming a kingpin.
Holy shit. William Dobson, Hawaii 5-0. Holy shit. That was class. Jack.
Hawaii 5-0. I watched plenty of that. McGuire. MacGyver?
Yeah. MacGyver.
Not McGuire. MacGyver. Oh, I loved Airwolf.
Airwolf, my God.
Ernest Borgnine. And Jan Michael Vincent.
Obviously, you've got Knight Rider as well, haven't you? The Hawk.
Well, yeah, Knight Rider. He's right along the same line. A-Team.
The A-Team. Fucking hell. Oh, that was good, that lady. B.A. Barragas. I can remember it was a fad round here because everybody bought Ford vans and painted them the same colour as the A-Team van.
Oh, really?
They did. It was the same with the Starsky and Hutch. It didn't matter what car you had, they painted it red and put that big white stripe.
Put that white stripe on it.
Everybody was into that in them days as well. All copying the cars. I've never seen anybody copy the General Lee, but the General Lee wouldn't have looked good on any of the car except the fucking Camaro. I'm sorry, but it just wouldn't have happened. It didn't work. Wow.
Holy crap, it's pouring like cats and dogs outside.
Oh, we're pretty dry. I'll tell you what I did like though, speaking of Gran Torino, that Clint Eastwood film, Gran Torino, I thought that was a fantastic film. Did you ever see that?
Clint Eastwood has done a lot of good movies lately.
Oh.
He's older than dirt right now, but he's got the mind sharp as a tack.
I used to like watching his films, well, Good, the Bad, and the
What
Ugly.
was the movie where he was a Soviet pilot?
Oh, when he stole the jet.
Yes.
Oh God! You fucking watched that the other fucking week. What the fuck was that? It was like a Soviet jet. It was a new jet, wasn't he? When he went out and stole it, didn't he?
Firefox.
Firefox. That was it. I remember that. That was class. I mean, some of his films were cheesy. I mean, I like that one with the orangutan he used to do. You know, like right turn, Clyde, boom, he knocked the bloke out. What the hell was that? What were them films called again? Oh, I can't remember the name of them now.
I don't think I ever saw the A-Team movie.
No, I never
William
seen
Dobson
that.
said the movie wasn't bad. Doc Martin.
Doc Martin.
This is Hunky Vape says Working Moms is better.
You would. You would say that.
Queen of the South, to answer your question. I was trying to show him Queen of the South.
Queen of the South. Wow, man, jeez. I mean, there's a lot of our English stuff that would be political correct now. You just couldn't. It just wouldn't work. A lot of racism and all that shit in them days, I'm afraid to say, it just wouldn't work in this day and age. They could never rerun stuff like that. Never.
Here you go. Here's Queen of the South. What?
Sound, no picture. There we go.
I am known all over the world as America's biggest drug kingpin. But no one knows my story. Until now. Queen of the South is about Teresa Mendoza and her journey to becoming the queen of a drug empire. Teresa falls in love with this drug dealer.
If this ever rings, because I'm dead, and you gotta run.
You have to leave your house.
From that point on, she's hunted by the cartel because she knows too much. Stop the car.
Teresa, you're safe here.
I said stop the car!
Help me.
If I stay, you'll kill me.
Where could you possibly go that I wouldn't find you?
Where are we? Welcome to America. Camila is a drug lord.
Whatever he wants her for is very important.
Why is my husband so intent on finding you? Camila protects Teresa because she knows I have something that she wants. You want to die? Get down! Run. You want to live? Stay with me. Teresa gets trapped in this world. I'll deliver the drugs that your mule didn't. And she realizes that the only way she can escape is by conquering it. He's ripping you off.
If she's wrong, I demand reparations. She did it.
She might be more valuable than I thought. Traditionally, most drug lords are men. This time, the ladies are bosses.
I didn't want to tell you this. People are wondering if there's change coming. You're gonna die.
I am doing this. It's all over the news. What the hell happened?
This is an act of war.
Fantastic show.
Interesting, yeah. Looks really good.
We got into that and we had to power watch it constantly.
Really? You're just addicted to it. Yes.
Oh.
Awesome. Good stuff, man. Oh. That's fantastic, that stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Listen, while I was in Ohio, I picked up a bunch of stuff for our adult beverage reviews. I've got some peanut butter stout coming up.
Ooh.
In the coming shows. Got some Halloween peanut butter stout.
Oh,
I've got some Halloween beer that's coming up. Some Oktoberfest.
It's just Mrs. Hunky Vape. No, it's a really good show. Got lots of boob sex, just have bad behavior. Oh, God.
Lost were there, stranded on the island.
That was the film I was thinking of. Thank you, Willie. There was Every Which Way But Loose and Every Which Way You Can. Clint Eastwood, the orangutan. That was the films. Every Which Way But Loose.
What was the other one? BJ Bear? That's the name of it? BJ and the Bear. I don't know if you ever seen that one.
Never.
Truck Driver. That's another 80s show. Why'd you tell me I'm on the wrong scene?
Yeah, sorry, I've just literally looked there because I was scratching my neck.
Like, what the hell's he talking about?
What about good old Smokey and the Bandit, Burt Reynolds? Wow.
Oh, Burt Reynolds, Smokey and the Bandit. Yep. Sally Field.
Yeah. What was that one? The river, was it? Oh, what was it called? Something's in. When the hillbillies were chasing them, man. On the river. Oh, come on.
Oh, what the hell was that show? That was in black and white. It was the hillbillies that went to Beverly Hills.
Oh, I know what you mean. Oh, God. Holy shit. Was somebody called something like the Cranberries or Cranbillies or something? There was a name. There was a name. What was the name?
It was the Beverly Hillbillies.
The Beverly
That was the name of the
Hillbillies,
show.
that's it.
From 1962 to 1971.
The Beverly Hillbillies. Fucking hell.
Green Acres. My wife never thought she would get into older shows till I introduced her to Green Acres. And she still comments about it in the kitchen when the circuit breaker blows. If we have the coffee machine and the microwave and the refrigerator happens to be running, she's like, you can't plug a number 6 and a number 13 in the same time. Was it Zsa Zsa Gabor? Was it that one?
Zsa Zsa Gabor, man. Jesus Christ. I'm trying to think of it. Yeah,
Iron Eagle.
That was the film I was thinking of. Deliverance. Burt Reynolds.
Ooh.
That was the film. Deliverance. Brilliant film.
How about the Fall Guy? Was a stunt actor. Uh-oh. Kenny disappeared. The Fall Guy was a stunt actor, and then there was the $1 Million Man.
You've gone. I'm gone.
The Clampets. There were so many good shows back in our day when we were still younger. It's kind of ironic, you know. They talk about it in GTA. They're like, you know, there's nothing more than romantic reruns and remakes, romantic comedies and remakes is all that's left. $6 Million Man. Jericho. Is that a show or a movie? Jericho's a 2006 drama. It's on Paramount Plus. So I'll be able to watch that on Amazon. I'll have to check that one out, Dusty. Thanks. Space 1999. Then you have the Airplane series. Jericho. Suspense, drama, science fiction, military, and war. Here's the official trailer.
Where's he gone? Oh shit, we've lost him.
Caught me banging on the counter.
You've lost
Wasn't me.
What we lost? Where what?
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
What the fuck's happened here?
Even need to try it. Oh, and I don't need to be close like Jericho.
I was looking for the show. I think that was a song. It's the Vape and Heed. Hello and welcome to the show, Kenny. I guess we really have round robin now. You sitting there drinking beer. All right, folks, I think we're going to wrap it up for today. I appreciate all you guys coming out and sticking out and hanging out with us and sitting there reminiscing back to the good old days of TV and movies from back when we were growing up. So I guess that's going to wrap it up for today. My wish is always peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. I hope you all have a fantastic day.
Totally lost you on Ninja if you can hear us.
Kenny can hear us on YouTube, but he can't hear us on Ninja, so I'll bid you all farewell. Thanks for watching, and we'll be back next week for another round.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.
You like that, you lose it completely. Losing track of space and time.